Hello everybody, thank you for joining me tonight. We've got a new lightsaber to work on. Turn down the music a little bit, there we go. I was mulling over which lightsaber to work on next, and I've ended up deciding that the premium content from Jedi Fallen Order called the Umbaran campaign. The Umbaran campaign lightsaber would be a cool one to do. It's got an interesting texture on the grip part, and then it's got a neck that gets pretty thin right there in the middle. So I'm gonna have to do some interesting things to make sure that that's gonna work with electronics and accepting a blade and whatnot. So just jump right in. I'm gonna try to align this a little bit better. Oh, that's too far. That looks pretty close. Or at least, well, for that end, not quite anymore. Adjust that even a little bit more, looks like. Or no, I need to go that way. Duh. Come on, we're almost there. Let's go 2.5. Too far. Am I going in the wrong direction? I think I'm going in the wrong direction. Come on. Wrong way. Pretty close. Close enough for me. Okay. Alright, and then make sure kind of around the middle. Alright. And then calibrate. So for the most part, we've been making sort of the main body right around 10.5 to 11 inches, and then once we design a pommel for it, then it gets to be right about 12 inches long, and that seems to be a fairly good indicator of length for these. So let's go with, okay, we need to be around 265. All right. Drop this back down to about the middle. And just for curiosity's sake, we're gonna see how big around the main section of the saber is here. Get a measurement on that to kind of have an idea. 42. That's right around where we have been for a lot of the larger sections. So that means that that the grip section should be okay. It's around 32. Wow, that's pretty small, isn't it? I mean, we also have the perspective to take into account. So. But anyway, let's go ahead and jump right in. I think what I'm gonna keep the seam here and these little texture marks. I know it's a mirror image, for this, but I think that gives it a little bit more interest, rather than just kind of straight up having one texture across the whole grip. So we're gonna keep that, and we've got a couple of ideas for a pommel. It'll probably be pretty straightforward. There's no concept art that I have found of this particular design. All the concept art that I found and was showing off last week, don't see anything that resembles this saber among these designs from the art book. And then this was the only other reference. This reference has a little, like, his main lightsaber kind of resembles the design we're after right now, but I don't think it's a direct translation. And besides, in that particular concept, it doesn't even really show a pommel. So we'll have to pick out a pommel for it. Alright, first thing, easy part. We're gonna go... Okay, let's go 19. Because that'll make our revolution 38. That's a little bit high, isn't it? Actually, it looks pretty close right there. So we'll go down just a little bit so that we have some room for the texture to come into play. So we'll keep that fairly small. Let's split the difference. Okay, that makes me happier. Okay, and then out here in the middle, doing. I guess we could do texture and then just stop the texture, because the texture is going to stick up a little bit through all that. So, and I'm still working out how I'm going to do the texture. I think what I might do is create one circular pattern that's all the little like square nubs, and then just copy that a whole bunch of times all the way down through a linear pattern. So a circular pattern, create that object, and then make a linear pattern all the way to our halfway point, and see how that goes. So I think we can go ahead and finish this sketch. Let's just revolve this. Okay. Now the other thing I want to look at, man, that perspective like makes it all screwy looking, doesn't it? But it's pretty much in the middle right there, because you got there's the origin, so 1, 2.5 big blocks, 1, 2, and approximately half big. So yeah, that's in the middle. It just looks weird. Okay. So like a sketch on here. Let's offset. You know what? Let's do 0.5 millimeter. We want this to be kind of subtle-ish. Okay, now I just need to pick out one section of it and then make a circular pattern with all of that. So let's make a line. Okay, we don't want it to angle funny, so we're going to offset 0.25 that way, minus 0.25 that way. Then we turn this one into a construction line so that I can grab that profile. Itty bitty, okay. Circular pattern. Oh, I guess I need to trim this up because it's gonna try and copy all my lines. Okay. Alright, we'll just hit trim then. We'll just trim this down. And we don't... Hey, come on now. Oh, okay, the line's still there, so that's all I need, really. Okay. So now we can go to circular pattern, select those guys. Center point is that guy. Okay, so there's 3. Let's see what 100 does. Woo! That's pretty good, actually. 100 was just kind of a guess, but that's actually works for me. Okay, so yeah, we'll go ahead and finish that. Now I could have like made extruded one little block and then like made a circular pattern out of the block, but I figure it's easier to do the drawing first on that. So we'll finish this sketch, and then I'll just select everything. Deselect the. Or well, we'll pick extrude first. Then we'll select everything, except not that. Oh, what the heck, man? Okay. Extrude. That. Okay. Okay. What are we looking like? Pretty good. If we don't want that part of the profile. And then we want new body. See what that does. It's still grab that middle part. That's okay, because let's look at this again. Okay, actually this might work out in our favor. We'll go ahead and leave it like that. We're gonna see how this works out, because we're gonna grab create rectangular pattern for that body. Direction is this way. And I should probably get a, let's see, we did 200 something on this. I don't remember. Go from that face to that face. 102, okay. So 102, if the middle seam is like, what would we say that is? Like 4 millimeters wide, maybe? So that gives us 98. Okay. Let's see how this looks. We're gonna go 49 millimeters over, and then we're gonna see how that looks. So we'll go back to create rectangular pattern. Direction this way. Distance 42 in the negative. Or not 42, 49. 49. Quantity. Is that too many? You're gonna get mad at me? Oh, duh. Wrong one. Let's try 5 of these. Hey, where's the... Oh, there we go. Okay. I should probably figure out a more precise measurement, because each of these is a 0.5 millimeter wide. We're traversing 49 millimeters of space, and we need one of these every other 0.5 millimeter. So if I tell it the quantity is 49, then we might be close. It's probably going to get mad at me because I'm giving it a lot to do. I could do this in smaller segments, and maybe that would be smarter. Do it in smaller segments, and then copy those and merge them as I go, instead of trying to do it all in one fell swoop and really test my poor little graphics card. It's not built for this. It's not built for this. I might have to go back and cancel that action. Oh no, there we go. Okay, it's gonna do it. Alright, we're gonna hit OK. We're gonna see what happens. It's gonna have so many bodies. And there they all are. It's working on it. Oh man, can you imagine if I didn't have the one body for the texture, if they were all little individual squares, like 100 of them, and then copying 100 of them down the way? Oh my gosh, that probably would have been ridiculous. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we're going to inspect from here to here. 0.52. That is really close. Awesome, actually. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Alright, so now I should be able to combine this to all of these. It might be mad at me again. I have to give it a minute. I think I'm trying to test if I can do this in as few actions as possible. And I think if it's able to combine all these without crashing, then I'll be down to one body, and we can copy that or mirror it, and have something good. It really didn't like that. Oh, yep, there it goes. Okay, it's mad. We're gonna give it a minute to think about it, and hopefully it'll work through that and figure out what it is that I'm trying to do here. I guess it goes to show that I probably need to update my graphics card and have more memory to get dedicated to that. Just checking up on the stream on my phone here to make sure everything is doing what it's supposed to. It's still thinking about it. Oh, come on, I don't want to do this again. We just did like 5 minutes worth of work. I don't think it's gonna work through it. How long should we give it before we give up on it and try a new way? Because I could break this up into just more steps, where I'm combining like just a few at a time to the main cylinder, instead of trying to do it all at once. Because it's probably sitting here trying to get through all the geometry. In my head, it's like, oh yeah, this is really easy, but you know, so the program is trying to delete faces and stitch things back together and do probably a bunch of complicated stuff. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to give it before we have to give up on this guy and try something else. Yeah, I don't think it's going to do it. Yeah, it's not responding. Okay. Well, program's going to die. We're going to restart it. It might have auto-saved something for us. Hopefully. Another good reason to save before you do something that is risky with 3D modeling and softwares. Okay, recover file from 817. Let's find out what that is. Cool. It kept most of our work. Now you'd think on a 3D printer this would be like kind of an insane texture to print, but if you look at the profile, the printer is just going to go, you know, around and kind of just hit all these parts. And because they're 0.5 millimeter and printer nozzles are usually 0.4, yes, rest in peace. Welcome, LiDAR. Good to see you again. So yeah, I think I'm gonna. Well, okay. Before I do anything, I'm gonna save because that's what we should be doing. We'll just call it Umbaran, which is just the name of a species in Star Wars. Not really a particular lightsaber. I guess if an Umbaran was a Jedi, maybe this is like the style they would go with, something like that. Okay. All right. Here's what I'm thinking. Let's do a combine on this, and let's just pick like 5 of them. And hit join. There, now that's a solid shape on the first 5 anyway. So I could do multiple combine commands, or I suppose I could, with this larger spoke wheel thingy, I could kind of break that off and then just copy it 10 times, because we have, what, 49 pieces? So 50 pieces would be acceptable as well, in my opinion. So we could, yeah, I think maybe that's what we'll go back to our linear pattern. Let's make something smaller and not tax our poor program that much. It's already running really, really slow. I'm trying to click in my history, and it does not want to do it. Okay. All right, so rectangular pattern. Let's edit. Let's see if we can. We'll just delete that action because I think editing it might get a little hairy. Come on now. Step back with me. It's trying. Come on, you can do it. Take just one step back. One step back in history. Just one. Okay, there we go. Alright, so all that should disappear. Cool. And then we'll just delete after history marker. Okay. We're also going to make this... We're going to actually just get rid of this cylinder. We're just going to make that go away because we don't really need that at the moment. Alright. Angular pattern. This body. Direction. This way. And we want to go 5 millimeters to the right and have 5 of them. Alright, so each of these should be 0.75 apart. Oh, I guess I should have 6. That looks more correct. There it is. Okay, so yeah, now it has 0.5 millimeter gap in between. Okay. Now I should be able to open up the sketch. Take just the center cylinder. We'll take it 5 millimeters that way. Join it. And it is just really not liking the fact that it has all those little tiny cubes all over it. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oof. Scary. We'll hit OK on that. There we go. Now we've got like a little section we can deal with, and it's just one body, so maybe this will go better, right? There's the rest of it there. All right. So let's turn off the grid. We don't need that. All right, so we'll go ahead and grab this side. Create a copy and move it. Okay. And I know we're going to end up with like little gaps in between these because of the way the section was made, but I think we'll be on track because we've got 6, 12, 18. Yeah, it's struggling. It's struggling real good. But yeah, maybe I'll be able to afford a new graphics card. It's some point soon here, and it'll run a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, we're not quite there yet, are we? So even in these groups, it might have issues with combining. So maybe what we should do is go ahead and combine one group at a time and just join those, except for the last one that we need to continue combining. There we go. I think the more that I reduce the number of bodies, then maybe it'll go a little bit better. Just for reference, I mean, that looks pretty close visually to what we're seeing in the model. So I'm convinced that this is what needs to happen. But holy cow, it is taxing on the memory for sure. I mean, it could also be that I'm running Chrome. Maybe I should download my music player instead of running it in the browser, because that'll free up a little bit of RAM. Might not do anything to the GPU, but oh, I already downloaded it. What is this now? What is this? Where is it? Where'd it go? Okay. Sign in with Twitch. Close the browser. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, we'll just...
The look in your eyes is like a glitter ball. The feel of your skin is like a liquid gold.
There we go. Okay. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Don't know if it will, but we're gonna try. See if having Chrome closed is gonna help any. Get another copy. Okay, so that puts us up to 48. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 4 times 6, 24. So now we just need double that. We're gonna try both of these. I don't know if I'm gonna mess this up, but oh crap, no, don't do that. Grab both of these. I just want to move it. Why are you getting angry? Ah! Maybe there was a smarter way of going about this. I have a feeling there was. Oh my gosh, I could probably do this in 2 cuts. Because if I did a sketch revolution with all the little squares on it, so it would have like all these ridges, and then just make that spoke wheel and cut through them all, it would, oh my gosh, it would do it in 2 cuts. Oh, I'm so dumb. Copying all these bodies and moving and stuff, that's just not working. Yes, I know it's not responding, just go away so I can reopen you. And reevaluate how I'm accomplishing this. This is almost frustrating enough for me to actually just start shopping online for a graphics card. Just get a new one. Like whatever the beefiest video card is that my PC can handle. Alright, let's see. Fallen Order Sabers. Umbaran. Okay. We're gonna keep that spoke wheel sketch thing, because that's totally gonna come in handy. But I'm gonna get rid of the linear pattern on that and the extrusion. Okay. Now we're gonna go back to sketch 1. We're gonna try a new way. Alright. First things first, let's decide on, well, let's go ahead. So we had this 0.5 to 0.5. Or a mirror line. Well, actually, you know what we'll do is we'll just make half a thing and then mirror it, because that makes a heck of a lot more sense. Okay. Create a rectangular pattern. These things. Across 49. 49 of them. Yeah. That's the one where we were like really close to 0.5 but not quite 0.5. Hit OK on that. Okay. So if I grab those and ungrab that, deselect our axis. We can do that. There we go. Okay, so yeah, so now I have like, Rogar, welcome. Thank you for joining. Okay, so now that I have all these tiny itty bitty ridges, if I go back to sketch 2 and I use these profiles to cut, then I should be able to cut through all those, and maybe that'll work. I'm gonna go ahead and save our progress so far. Alright, we're gonna get rid of the bodies. We're gonna extrude. going to... Hey, where's that sketch I spent so much time on? Crap. Okay, we need to redo our second sketch here. There we go, that should fix it. Oh, you know what? I should probably trim this outer one here. There we go. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay. Finish sketch. Okay. Want to extrude everything. Not that. Just all those. Alright. For all the bananas. Yeah, I think everybody's internet is being pretty crummy at the moment. I was just reading about the huge DDoS attack on the US, and it I know Verizon went down, and that started affecting AT&T and stuff, but that was mostly text and calling. See, I thought I was being all smart, you know, thinking, oh, I could just do this in 2 cuts. Still not doing it. What if I did half, revolved half of it, or even just a quarter of it, and okay, yeah, okay. We're gonna crash it again. Because this is, oh my gosh. I'm gonna leave that open just in case. I know it eats a little bit of memory just tracking what the GPU is doing. AMD Radeon R7 200 series. Not even really sure how good that is in comparison to other modern stuff right now. Oh, it's only got 2 gigs of dedicated GPU memory. And it's already using half of that? Oh my gosh. Alright, well, let's try opening this again. Let's see what it does. Okay. I'm gonna go back to revolve. And we're gonna go 90 degrees. We're gonna make a piece. We're gonna make a piece of it. That's all we're doing. Alright, looks like I need to redo this again. That's okay, that didn't take very long. Do that. Rid of that one. Finish. Okay. Cross our fingers. save. Just need not that. Oh, it's kind of keeping up. We're up to 1.5 out of 2 gigs of GPU memory. And my CPU looks like it's taking the heaviest hit. My regular RAM is only used up about half, so looks like it might use the main CPU for some of this. Probably because it's calculating math things. Aha! Success! Okay. Save. Okay, so now if I mirror this a bunch of times, then perhaps we'll be able to make this thing. It's got shared GPU memory and dedicated GPU memory. I wonder if there's a setting in Fusion that will that'll force it to use more of the GPU memory or something. Maybe it's just the processor. Maybe my processor just isn't doing awesome. Extensions, that's not what I want. I'm not seeing major. I'll look it up later. Not a big deal right now. Okay, go ahead and combine both of those. Come on, you just one plane, just one plane. Put those two together, and you'll be awesome. Just put them together. I can't believe most of our evening might be defined by fighting with this grip texture. We might have to give up on the grip texture and just and if people want to print the saber, they just need to find a piece of rubber that's already that texture or something. Or maybe I can make something flat that has the texture in it that they can pour silicone into or something and make it more like rubber. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm fairly certain that part of my GPU stuff is probably running the webcam on here. Why are you still thinking about it? I already hit OK. You already did your calculation. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna save now. I think a really important thing for this lightsaber model is not going to do any modifications to this part of the timeline at all, ever. All right. Which means I should probably cut the hole down the middle of it too, because that's probably going to take forever to process as well. Oh, every time it does that, it scares me. Oh, this is insane. I might have to give up on this part and just move on. I mean, we're incredibly close, but I mean, it's once it's calculated it seems to work fine, but it's like compiling that information is what's really bogging it down. I'm gonna turn off my webcam for the moment and see if that helps any. So I'm still here, just not gonna appear on video because I want to see. I don't know if it's gonna help, but we're gonna find out and see if maybe shutting off the webcam helps even ever so slightly. Okay, so looking at my PC stats here, when it bogs up like this, my CPU is at 100%. And I'm trying to remember, I know I replaced the motherboard only a couple years ago. Maybe there's a faster CPU I can hook into. I'm gonna have to look that up because holy cow, it's running at 100% on my CPU. And I'm running a Ryzen 3 quad core 3.5 gigahertz. This project is going to be a test in patience, that is for sure. Once we get past this part, I think everything else is going to be a breeze as far as processing times, but holy cow, this thing is really struggling. Okay, so I got a Ryzen 3, and they're up to like Ryzen 7. Even Ryzen 5 is better. Just gotta see what my... Oh, there we go. Hit OK on that. Let it finish its processing. Okay, let's see. Order history, there we go. Oh, what did we buy? Okay, so it was 2 years ago when I replaced a bunch of stuff. My motherboard is an AM4. So with an AM4 socket, I should be able to, let's see, Sports Ryzen series. And let's see, my motherboard says works great with Ryzen 5 1600. Okay, so I could upgrade to a Ryzen 5. Oh, there we go. It's back. Save again. Come on, all I did was save. Okay. Mirror that way. It's gonna hate me for this one. Ryzen 5 3.8 gigahertz. I'm at 3.5 right now, so that would probably have at least a little bit of a boost. But if I just go $75 higher, I can get the Ryzen 7 8-core 3.6. I mean, a 6-core is going to be better than a quad core, so maybe that's the direction I need to go. And I should probably get like a really good cooler for it or something. Let's see. The Ryzen 7 3700X is 17% off. I might as well go bigger. Oh, it says it comes with a Wraith Prism cooler. Price is good. Insane amount of processing power is not a one-trick pony. That's pretty good. I like the reviews. And the cooler does look really good. Okay, yeah, I think this is what we're gonna upgrade my processor for for next week. It looks like it's okay. Man, this is it is really being tough on my PC here. It doesn't look like my webcam really makes any difference on that, on how long it's taking. So we're just gonna turn my beautiful face back on and let this compute. So sorry if it's a little boring at the moment. Once we get into the meat of this lightsaber, it's gonna get a lot more interesting, I promise. Okay, it looks like it could get here by Friday. That's not bad. Aha! Success and junk. Alright. Should I combine the two sides? Let's see. Oh man, there's that thing there. I think I know how I'm gonna approach that. I'm sorry, man. Are you on your Wi-Fi? Like, I know your phone does a lot better on Facebook. If you don't have the Twitch app, the Twitch app runs on phones way better than like going through your phone browser to watch. So I would consider that if you're thinking about trying to keep following on Twitch, because for now I'm pretty sold on trying to stay on Twitch and see what I can do here. Facebook just doesn't tend to be a great place for what I'm trying to do. Okay, so I think let's see, I need to okay, I have an idea that might work. Okay, so I think what I need to do is I'm just gonna cut into this to basically remove all of these, and then I should be able to extrude a cylinder back through there to give it its curved surface again. And we're actually going to back up one mirror action. And I know that took for freaking ever, but because that little rectangle thing is also mirrored, it's going to be a lot easier if I only have to do it once. So we're gonna see if I can manage this. Okay. First thing I'm gonna do is take a look at. It's like 4 nubs in ish. So from like here. And we could go center rectangle. We need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then let's try from here. Oh, you don't have Wi-Fi? That sucks. I'm sorry, man. Okay. Extrude this guy all the way out. Come on. Man, I might have to abandon the texture in order to move forward on this, because every time I try, it's just not doing it, and I'll just have to wait till next week when I have a new processor installed to see if that helps and can get me through this, because this is just not happening. So we're gonna move forward without the texture, just as a plain cylinder, and see what we can accomplish on the rest of the saber that isn't that texture. Because holy cow, that's insane. It created a recovery file for me. Let's see what that does. kind of want to get a new case for my PC too. Start looking at some different cases and figure out something a little bit more modern and smaller, because this has got a bunch of drive bays in it, and I just don't need that. Like, are you gonna open? Oh, you're thinking about opening. Okay. Oh my gosh, it won't even open the recovery file. I mean, we saved right before we worked on it before, so you know what? We're just gonna just. Oh my gosh, this is. Oh man, this is full of technical difficulties. No, I don't want that. Alright. Try to open this one more time. We're gonna get rid of all the textures. No, I don't want the backup file. Because you don't know how to open the backup file because it's too much for you. Oh, come on. Don't tell me we're gonna have to do all this over. I don't want to abandon our file. Yeah, we don't need a new case right now. Let's just stick to getting a better processor in here and there we go. Ryzen 7 on the way. We're just gonna be patient. We're gonna let it do whatever it needs to do. There we go. Okay. So it might be mad at me, but we're gonna try and edit the revolve feature and just get rid of the top profile of all those little bits. Like no profiles. There we go. Okay, yes, and then we want to roll back all that stuff. Okay. Oh my gosh, that's... Okay, so this cylinder will just represent the sleeve, and we're gonna move on from that for now, and get into other parts of the saber, because holy cow. All right, so our switch section. Switch section is pretty neat. We're gonna keep the emitter like all the way to the shroud here and that part there. So the switch is gonna go to that skinny part of the neck, and that's where it's gonna stop. We're going to, let's turn up our opacity a little bit more. That just looks like something flat, doesn't really look like anything there. I'm not too worried about that. Let's go ahead and lay out the basics on our switch shape. Alright, let's jump back in. Give a little bit of a gap. And we need to go quite a bit higher. Yeah, we're going to go to 21. All the way out to... let's go 60. I think most of our other switch sections have been about 50 long. Where's 50 at? Oh, 50's like way not enough. Nope, we're gonna keep it at 60. And then we just need area for the small neck, which, oh man, 13. You know, let's go 14 and just cheat a little bit. There we go. I know that angle looks a little bit off in our proportions here. Let's see what happens if I go ahead and... okay, that's a little bit better, isn't it? I mean, the angle is going to be off because the perspective of our drawing, which I could try to fix in Photoshop, but it's probably better to leave it as is. Alright, we've got some grooves to lay in there in a few spots. Should be pretty easy. Offset that. We're going to do them all 0.5 millimeter. Move that over. Yeah, because there's the halfway point, but it looks like it's slightly over from halfway. We'll try that and see what happens. Okay. So start over one. Oh, not on that end. Down here. Here we go. Like that. Try. So hard to decide where I'm going to put these because of how far off the image is from what we're actually doing. But I suppose up a little bit. Okay. We'll just kind of take some guesses here. Make a couple of little rectangles. Just like that. Go ahead and delete this guy. So we're gonna come in here. Do that. A little bit better way of making the grooves, I think. Oh, and then there's like an itty bitty one that goes across there. Kind of up towards here, so we'll go this way. We're gonna 0.25. Really shallow. There we go. Let's see how this turns out. That looks pretty right on to me. I like it. Everything looks to be approximately where it needs to be. As far as the proportions of things, looks pretty close, I think. Okay, cool. Cool beans. Alright, so that represents our main body switch section. So now I can start laying in some of those details. And I think we're going to treat this rectangular button at the bottom, which means that these buttons are going to be right along the side there. Let's open up the video because I want to see some of what's going on here. This one includes me flipping around through textures. Apparently I go backwards on this one instead of forwards. That's okay though. Yeah, so if we put the rectangle button on the bottom, then the round buttons are on the side, but they're not lined up right with our center line. They're kind of off from the center line a little bit. If you notice that. So I'm kind of feeling like, okay. So maybe the rectangle button would be a good first part of the build, and then we'll figure out these rectangular cutouts, or maybe we'll do that first. Let's try those rectangular cutouts first, because if this sits on the bottom, that rectangle like almost reaches it pretty closely. So I'm kind of thinking if I rotate it kind of on a 45. Well, okay, no, let's do the button first because we need to see exactly where I can put the rectangle to do the cutouts. So just need that button to sit on top-ish where I can see it. Okay, this looks pretty straightforward. Extruded rectangle has one tapered side and then has kind of a ridged top on it. Should be pretty easy. It looks like the top of the button overlaps our little groove just a little bit. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and make a tangent plane for this. Oh, no, don't open Chrome. Okay. So we want a 2-point rectangle so that I can pick just past this a little bit to figure out exactly how big. Okay, I'm gonna say that's the hole. It stops there. It looks like it's maybe about there. Let's see, if we go 7.5 and then we mirror that, we would have a 15 millimeter wide switch, which is about a half inch wide. And for the whole cylinder, size of this, that looks about right. Let's try that. Let's see what happens. We're gonna do the same thing here. There we go. Trim the middle out. Okay. And then, okay, this is probably going to be easier if I have, I don't think it's in the screenshot though, is it? Just the bottom of it is. Okay. So we're going to have to use the video on this. Alright, so make our first block. Go straight up with a bevel on one end. So we'll start there, and then we'll draw on top of that. We need to go down and up, and as far as height, it is kind of tall-ish. Yeah, kind of sticks up a bit. Okay. And then it's this end, chamfers. That looks about right. Okay, let's see. The next piece on top looks like maybe it chamfers on both sides. Up with that. It's got kind of a weird point to it. We're gonna say that it's symmetrical, but what it looks like is that it chamfers from the bottom and the top, so it kind of has like an arrow shape to it. We're gonna try that. We're gonna see what happens. It doesn't extend past the borders of our original piece, so we should be able to just extrude a new piece. Actually, you know what? We'll have to step back before the chamfer. Extrude a new piece that's another new body. Then we'll step forward on the chamfer there. And then if I'm looking at this right, should be looking at something like that. Sitting on top of it. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like the slope is longer on this section, so I think I have to go back and redo that. So too distant. Down. In. Try that here too. Yeah, something like that where it's a little bit more elongated. I think that's more accurate. There we go. Okay. I think that's getting pretty close now. And then we just need a rectangular pattern to make the ridges that sit on top. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them across the surface. We'll just make a sketch right on top of the button. Go ahead and make a rectangle that encompasses everything. And where's the sketch dimension? I need to know. I 26. Okay, so 26, and if there's 8 positives with smaller gaps in between. Okay, so and there's there's 7 gaps and 8 rectangles. So if they're each 2 millimeters wide, then I would end up with an odd gap size. And they look equal. It doesn't appear that any of the rectangles are larger than one another. So let's try it. Let's see what happens. Lock that in and go 2 that way. And then let's just create a pattern so that we don't have to try and calculate the gap. Come on now. Oh. There we go. Okay. Got there, and then got 8. Okay. That works. Finish that. And then we need to okay. Need to grab extrude, grab these, push them up. That looks pretty right on to me. See what we got going on in our video. Yep, that's pretty straightforward, I would say. And it should just barely get over that line because we have another line that kind of goes around it like that. And it doesn't look like it breaks up the other line. So that should be correct as well. So let's hit our home button, see what we're dealing with proportion wise. Okay, definitely too long, because there's the 2 grooves there, and yeah, this is too long, or this switch section isn't long enough. In looking at proportion, I don't think it's long enough, like in general. Let's see what we can do about that. Oh, crap. Come on now. Why are you doing this instead of... I must have hit something on accident that changed my bounding box to this weird drawing thing. Oh, I'll have to figure that out later. Okay, so basically I need this middle section to push that way, essentially. 'Cause I need more room. But if I just change this constraint, it gets all wonky over here. So annoying. Where is my... I just want to... I want to select things with a square. Not a I don't want to draw around thing. Okay, fine. Okay. If this will do anything. Absolutely nothing. If I pull on that, nothing. Maybe we can pull this 10 millimeters this way. And then push that 10 millimeters back the other way. Might be getting somewhere. Don't need you. Those three guys go this way. 10 millimeters. Finish. That's looking better. Looking a lot closer to what it should be for sure. Still looks like maybe it needs a little bit more length. Let's take a look at one of my other models and see what the length was on the switch section for another one. Just so we can kind of get an idea of how long some of the other ones are. Then maybe if we go kind of similar, we'll be in a good place. All right, so that's the switch. Alright, so that's 130. Hang on. Grab that. Length 138. Okay. What do we got on here? From here, here. 102. So yeah, so we're like 30 millimeters short. We can definitely go bigger. So let's add another inch into this, see what happens. Alright, so selected those. Up, move, go. 25. This to 95. That should push that out that way. Okay. That's the the sleeve is like in the wrong place. Okay, now I'm thinking that the switch section is a little bit too much. Now we're at 127, but it looks way out of proportion with this guy. So we need to shorten it up just a little bit. All right, so we need to. Let's go down 15. All right, so that's still way longer than what we had before. All right, let's put this at kind of a perspective of what our picture is showing. That looks a lot closer to me. The our cone part could be longer. Maybe that'll help with the elongation of our part as a whole. So if I move this, oh come on. Maybe how about just this? We go out 6, and then I'll have to move this. Yeah, that's looking closer. I don't know why this shape was so hard. I think my brain is just nearly melted from the frustration that we had earlier with the processing power. Because holy cow, that was insane. But I think we're a lot closer to the appropriate proportions. So I think we're going to continue with that. Okay. Open this back up and get to where we can see that. Alright, so our little groove looks like it kind of offsets from there, and then there's something that follows along the edges, and there's something going on right there. I think maybe that's just the seam from the model, but there are a couple of grooves that just go right along the edge of the button, and I think maybe that like sort of lays out like where it slides. So let's take a look at that and see what we can come up with. Need to go create a new sketch on our construction plane. Okay.
I wanna know you, wanna feel how fast my heart would beat if you were close to me.
Alright, so that's where that is.
I wanna show you, wanna let you loose inside my brain to see if you'd run or stay. Dangerous space.
There it is.
Dangerous waiting for you, my love. Dangerous waiting for you. Dangerous waiting for you, my love.
Let's try that. Okay, let's see how that does. Oh, well, we need a couple more. Since we're doing grooves, we just need to keep following along with that. And I need to find that. Go all the way to there. Overlap a little bit. And then here. Okay. Alright, so now I should be able to grab that. But you know what? Actually, I probably have to do these one at a time. Let's try this first. Because we're trying to go from the cylinder. Minus 0.25. Failed to project because I'm overlapping. I was afraid of that. Alright. We have to get this as close to here as possible. Oh, come on. That might be the right spot. Right. What the heck, man? Didn't do anything. Because we're on that midline again, try doing a half at a time. Oh, what the heck? From here. There we go. All right, we're getting somewhere. It is frustrating today, but we are getting through it. Alright, so it appears it's easier to just leave a little bit open and then just go ahead and, you know, use extrude command to cut, you know, whatever little slivers left, and that's probably a lot better than it overlapping. Okay, so we'll just move this back. Even if it has a little sliver left, that's fine. Okay, finish sketch. Extrude. Excuse me. Okay, why? what's the problem now? Excuse me. Oh, because it's also overlapping at this end. We just need that. I get that from my dad. I'm no far from the tree. I feel like I'm a butterfly, sting like a beamer. There we go. Okay. I hate features. Done my running around with my head in the clouds. Been lost and then found. When they woke up and frowned, tell myself I'm the man. I was right to be left. Now I'm back to myself. All right. Grab this. There we go. Alright. Then, if I just grab this, and turn around.
Looking right, left, going straight. Don't know where to go, wanna hide away. I'm reflecting myself.
Home button. We can get out of there. There we go. Okay, so there's that shape. If we turn our buttons back on, that looks pretty right on. I should be able to take, let's see, if I take press pull, I grab this face and minus 0.1. There's like no difference. I was thinking maybe I could like have a little channel that the sliding button, you know, where you can actually see it, like where it would go. But you know, the difference is so small that probably not worth doing that part. So we'll just leave that alone. The slide switch is going to be, I think, a permanent part of this. So we're going to combine these two together, make that one piece. Oh well, there's a groove there. So actually, you know, before we combine those, I probably need to grab our chamfer and just grab these two sides here and push them up just an itty bitty bit. Same thing with this guy. We'll just grab all three of those and we'll do a 0.25. So now, when I go to combine, now we still have a little ridge there that makes it look like, you know, it's two separate pieces even though it's one piece in the model. And then what we'll probably do is we'll go ahead and make this switch a detail that you can print separately. So we're going to do a combine. This is the target tool. We're going to cut, but keep our tool. That way, when I turn the button off, there's a hole there that it fits in. And we can just grab this. Get rid of that. Oh, what's that? Oh, is that 2 edges? Oh my goodness. This. Oh, it's angled. We need to taper. That. Do that same thing to the other side here. Am I going the right way on this? Oh, come on. Nope. Go this way. -10. Not right. What the heck? What are you hanging on to? Okay, so it's not negative, positive. There we go. There we go. Okay. And for some reason, that is not correct. So if I grab, press pull, and go. Oh wow, it's not even a 0.1 difference. Like, that difference is so small. It's 0.01. Oh my gosh, that's like 1 print layer difference. So, most likely not noticeable, right? Okay. Probably don't need it to be that deep, so we're gonna pull this back up. Pull it up 3 millimeters. And so then when we turn this back on, we'll cut this up 3 millimeters. Just make the piece a little bit smaller, a little bit easier to deal with. And it'll take some sanding to get that part to press fit in there, because it's set to cut exact. So it's so when you print it, it's not going to be not going to fit quite right. I could make the button a tiny bit smaller, and that probably help. If I go scale and we do 0.99 scale, now it's got just that tiny bit of room in a couple of directions, and that's probably plenty. There we go. Alright, let's hit our home button. We can snap out of there and get this back where we need to be. We're going to turn off the sleeve so we can just focus on this section. I think that's looking pretty good. I like where that went. Okay. So now that we have that in place, now I get to figure out wrapping these black squares around a good portion of the cylinder, and we can see a view where it encompasses like 75 to 80% of our total here. So if we take this, like we can see, we go there, and then we just pull it up a little bit. Maybe this will be sufficient for what we need. And the rectangles, like, come on. The amount of space between them is about, yeah. So they're closer to the switch on that side than they are to each other. So they are not centered, not symmetrical to it. So let's see what a tangent plane does with this. I think it'll be at whatever degree angle we chose there. Looks like it is not. Because right now it's straight on like that. And that's not going to work real well. So we'll undo that. So we'll go tangent plane and then angle. Let's see what does 20 degrees do for us. That would be more like this. Let's go 15. Okay. So we make a sketch. That's sitting at 15 degrees off. So we're gonna see if we can make this work. Might have to do like, well, we'll find out. Because basically it's just a rectangle. And there's two of them, and one lines up with the right groove, and the other one has a small gap before the left groove. So they're pretty big. So this one pretty much lines up with this. We'll get as close as we can to that. We want to encompass most of it. Okay, we'll go 20 by 24. We're going to see how that works. So then if I go from here and give just a little bit of a gap and go 24 by 20 that way, definitely too much of a gap between them there. So 30 too much. Go to 28 to 28. That's closer, but it looks so wide. Like, oh, you know what? This space right here should be a lot more. That's what it is. So let's just not deal with that at the moment. Let's go back to this sketch. And let's move these guys over. Okay, that looks better. Yes, I know. Screwed up our bottom there. Okay. Well, let's fix that real quick. Because I think maybe that's better as far as proportion on that. Maybe a tiny bit more of a gap between these two guys. Let's go ahead and do that before we move on. Move it like one. Yeah, one more. Okay. That's definitely better. Okay. Alright, let's roll our history marker back. Or maybe if I just okay, hang on. Cancel. Roll forward. Where are you? There you are. Edit.
Thought about this too much. What's there left?
Looks good. Okay. Home button. Alright. Now let's try our tangent plane at our angle and go back to what we were doing here. So we were lined up close as we could get to that, and we did 24 by 20. And then we did this one. Fill with a gap. 20. 24. Okay, that puts them fairly close together. That looks approximately correct. Now if I... Oh, you know what? If I mirror this, it's going to overlap with this guy. And we want the bottom of it to be right there. But if I do that, then they're probably not going to be tall enough. So my angle's not right. Okay. So let's, what, 5? This might be closer to what we want. Alright, let's go grab the very edge of that. And we said 24 by 20. Might still be too tall, but let's find out. So if we connect there, I can only get out to 18 safely. Maybe 19. But they don't get that close to the button. So let's try 18. Alright, then we need to offset. Same thing here. Alright, I have no idea if this is going to work, but we are going to try it. Alright, so I need to extrude this from this. do that. Okay, well we've got it half and half, so let's try 1.5 at a time. We want to take this from this object, -1. Okay, that's working a little bit better. But, okay, so this is what I was afraid of. Because I'm using a straight rectangle, it's cutting weird into it. I really didn't want to have to create a flat pattern for this because it didn't seem like anything that was really all that complicated. I just want to create those paths. Just like those two grooves, I want these grooves to follow that same pattern. It needs to wrap around more of the cylinder. Maybe I need to do a revolve of a groove, but just only part way through it. And then I'd have to figure out, then I'd have to use an angle drawing to get the perpendicular lines that go across this way. But I could get these by doing a revolve, like cut. Maybe. Just sort of thinking through this right now. Well, hi Klutz, and hey Mario, thanks for tuning in. But that's okay. Like, you know, it's I'm trying to do something that is not within the program's grasp, because I'm desperately trying to avoid doing a flat pattern where I take the cylinder and sort of unfold it into a flat pattern, and then I draw all the grooves, cut all the grooves, and then wrap it back up into a cylinder. But I'm almost thinking I kind of have to do that, because I'm really not seeing any other way to make it do what I'm wanting it to do. So that sucks, but is what it is, I guess. All right, well, I'm gonna split body by that profile. I want that one right there. Nope, you're not gonna do it? Okay. That's cool. Oh, maybe if I turn the sketch on. There we go. Okay, split body, split this body by that profile. And then Boom, then that one's gone. Okay. Alright, so that one we get to keep. This one we're gonna change. So I just gotta, I'm pretty sure this is 42. What are you? 44. Okay, that's 44. Alright, so we'll get rid of that. Alright, so we want 44. Yeah, Tim was having that problem earlier. I don't know if it's an issue with Twitch or something, but there's also apparently like a lot of internet and network issues this evening. So I'm just kind of toughing through it. Alright, so make a line and then offset that line. Trim between them. Okay. Then I got a sheet metal. I'm gonna make a flange. Oops. I need to know how big this piece is. Get a sketch. Okay. How long are you? Tell me your secrets. 80? Okay. Alright, so we need to create a flange. That is 80. And we need to make sure we stay inside of our profile. Thickness doesn't really matter. Extrude this out. Unfold from here like that. Okay, so this is the cylinder. now I have to basically draw the pattern, the grooves that we see, all these grooves and these rectangles and like all the holes and stuff, basically get drawn in on top of this flat sheet, and then it wraps back up into a cylinder. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that input, Mario. Yeah, I guess maybe Twitch's servers are having some kind of difficulty. And Tim, yeah, I was reading about the DDoS attacks, and apparently it's affecting everything from Verizon and T-Mobile, and also affecting some AT&T networks as well, and Sprint. So no matter what you're on, it could be suffering a lot of data issues, especially on your phone. I have AT&T on mine, but I'm on Wi-Fi at home, so I don't really. You don't have to understand, Kristen. Just believe in me. That's all I need. Just believe in me. All right. So the first thing I'm gonna do is so I've got we're gonna encompass basically the whole thing, so 80 that way, and we're gonna go so that's 129, and we'll go 129.5 because we need to that'll give us a reference for center, which is going to be pretty important because we're going to treat center as the part that has our button. Our button was our button is 15 millimeters wide. So if I can find a center there and there, then I can go 15 wide and I don't remember how tall it is. But this gets us just another reference point for kind of where things need to go. Oh, you got Wi-Fi now. Hey, you know, if you got to steal your parents' Wi-Fi, you got to steal your parents' Wi-Fi. Okay. So, I think the first step is the grooves that go all the way across. I think those will be fairly easy to plot out. We'll have to keep it inside that. So we're gonna go 1 millimeter in. And then, if I remember right, I did 1 millimeter wide for the actual groove part. Then we skip a pretty big margin, which, let's get our switch back out here. See if it'll let us measure some things. Pretty sure it will. 10. Okay. So now we just need to offset 10. And then offset 11. And then there's that rectangle. So now we've got those two grooves laid out. And then we have a much shallower and smaller one from this end, which is 9.35 in. We'll go offset 9.35. Our house is right down the street, so I hopped in my car. You're not a goon, but you know, man, I totally understand. I'm sorry that I'm not doing Facebook stuff, because I know that probably does better for like low data, or maybe it would have had the same problems. I don't know, but I just have a hard time convincing myself that Facebook is worth it, because you're like literally the only one that watches me on Facebook anymore. All right. We need 0.5 millimeter wide on that. Okay. And then we have grooves on either side of the button. So we can attach to that and just snap it all the way to there. And say that that's 0.5 wide. This is probably what I should have done from the beginning. Probably would have turned out a lot better. Okay. And then, because the button sits over this groove just a little bit, then I made this wider piece. Let's turn that off for a minute. See what I did here. Oh, it's not going to let me grab those. Okay. Let's see. Where is it you? No, not you. Not you. Ah, you, yes. Okay, now I can measure things. So, inspect. There to there, 19. And offset from there. basically 4. Well, actually, I need to see what this is. And of course it's not reading it right. I guess I could just count, because so let's see, if that's 1, then okay, so the grids are 1 right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a half. We'll say 5 and a half. So if I offset 5 and a half, and then we pick our center just for a construction line, then I should be able to offset that. Let's see, it was 19, so we need to offset it by 9.5 that direction, and offset it minus 9.5 the other direction. 19 was the outer dimension? Yeah. So then I need to offset these inward another ½ millimeter, but we'll go ahead and trim these up. Like that. That way when we go to offset, we can just grab all 3 of these. Go like 5, like that. Okay, so that's essentially what we had built up to this point, just in a different form. Needed your saber fix. Totally understand, man. Okay, so now at this point, now this is where I would draw in, let's make those construction lines. There we go, because that's all just for reference. All right, and I think, yeah. So the 2 rectangles are close to this, fairly far from each other. So take a look at this one more time. A fair gap, but not too much. So I'm gonna say, let's see, if that's our center, I'm gonna make another reference here. Well, no, we know that this one lines up on this side. So if I give it decent gap, and we know that that was 24, and then this could, let's do 35. We'll see what that looks like. Okay, we're locked in on that. We have a little bit of a gap. Locked in there. 24 this way. 35 that way. Okay, but space between them is not right. So our length is off somewhere. I thought before it was looking pretty good, but now I'm worried about these rectangles being just way too wide. I think maybe it has to do with that. So let's get rid of both of those, and let's push this. Let's go at 123 daffy thing. 12. 1 millimeter probably isn't going to do too much for us. I can probably push this farther. Let's go. Go down to there and then. That move. It did not. Okay. So these two guys need to move. Oh, of course it's locked. Why wouldn't it be? Because that makes a lot of freaking sense. Won't move whenever these things move, but it'll move when I don't want it to? Come on. Let's see what happens whenever I put a constraint on it that way. We'll do a sketch dimension this week. There we go. Okay. Alright, so we came in a millimeter on each side. Oh, there's two lines there. How did I miss that? So I could bring this down to 10 and 11. And then I just need to offset this again because there's two grooves there. How did I no wonder it was all weird looking. Alright. So let's go back to this. 14, 15. That's where it should be. There we go. Okay. This should be better now. We've got that and that. Okay. Because this one should rest against here. And give one block gap there. We go out this way like that. And we said 24 by what, 35? And line that up. 24, 35. Okay, see that's looking so much closer to what it should be. Alright, so 1 millimeter on that guy. -1 on that for some reason. Even though it's basically the same thing. Oh, but that one. Okay. Does this. Down 1. 23. There we go. Then this needs to go away. There we go. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Alright, so then I should be able to mirror. Wish I could figure out why I don't have a rectangular selection, but why did I do that? across this mirror line. Okay. Finished sketch. Alright. I guess I could cut out that little vent thing too. Because it's almost as long as these guys. And in fact, I'm kind of just looking at things, wondering if maybe this needs to go out to 36. See how that goes. And then, alright, so those little vent things line up. Not quite with the top or the bottom. It's not centered. Of course, it's not centered because having alignment on that would be, actually makes sense. I mean, it'll look interesting, but it's so like this one doesn't have anything on center lines like our other sabers did. So this is like so much more difficult than normal as far as that goes. Okay. Alright, so it's a rounded rectangle. It encompasses almost the whole there, so let's just go with like that. Because it gets close to both edges. It's not centered, it's closer to the button. No. It's further from the button. Closer to the outside. And not as close to the button. So like that size. And then just fill it. All four of those corners. Take them down to 1. Yeah? Yeah. Hey, why'd you do that? Alright, fill it. Do all of these at 1. Thank you. Okay. Then we'll mirror that. Not you. Across this. Okay. Now we're finished. Oh my goodness. Ugh. OCD trigger is right. Like, oh my gosh. It is just oof. Alright, so this is going to be the deepest cut because we're going to be filling this in with that texture. We don't want to cut in that far. How about 1, 2? Yeah, okay, that works. Alright, then we need... We'll extrude these. These all get extruded -1. And then our skinny groove get extruded 0.5. Alright, so that is essentially the shape that we were going for. And if I refold faces, now it doesn't have weird angle cuts in it. Oh, I should be looking at it this way. And that looks pretty good, actually. I'm surprised at myself. I think the proportions still look a little bit off. I think part of that has to do with the width of this piece here, but I don't know that I'm really looking to change that very much. Like, you know, if we look at this, you know, these rectangles should be taller, and we could make them a little bit taller. We could make those a little bit longer. So if I go back into my sketch, I should be able to, let's see, that's 36. If we go out to like 38, I have to move this. And then if I want to move them in closer to the button area, no, not that way. Clockwise, isn't it? Okay, now no matter which way I draw, it's like a select all thing. I don't know why my selection constraints are getting all weird tonight. This program is just being difficult. Alright, so if I move the whole thing, I move this in, it should follow suit on the mirror. Move it 2 millimeters in, and you know what? Let's push this up to 40. I'm gonna alter our proportions just enough that maybe it'll look skinnier and taller. So finish the sketch. Okay, that looks a little bit better in my opinion than it did before. Still has a pretty good gap on top, which is evident right there. You know, nice and distant. You know, not quite the same, but pretty close. I don't think I want to do that anymore, but alright, so I should be able to take extrude and just cancel this, and then press pull this side into that side, hit OK. Okay, it looks a little bit weird, but I think we'll be okay with that. I suppose I could make it a solid object and then use press pull. Let's see what that does. So let's go into our surface modeler and we'll just get rid of our interior. And then we'll do the patch. Or no, I remember now. Because we had to, no, we did have to use press pull, right? Okay, but it wasn't that one. It was from the other side, but for some reason it was looking weird. Oh no, it wasn't press pull, it was revolve. It was revolving this around our central axis. To there. Okay. There we go. Kind of a strange seam, but it does work for what we need. Okay, now I can go into surface, get rid of that, and the weird ribbon it leaves behind, and then patch there, patch there. Or actually, you know what? We'll make it cleaner and we'll just get rid of that whole thing and patch that as one piece. That'll be a little bit cleaner. That way we have less faces to deal with. And patch that. There we go. And now we have a solid body. Oh, thank the Lord. Thank the Lord we have a solid body. Gee whiz. Okay. So now we need to figure out where we are, because I know the orientation of this is probably completely wrong. Alright, so let's move this guy. We need to move him out. Just swing him around. Just wanted to get it close because it'll be easier to kind of move things in now that they're close. So now I should be able to go to move this, and go point to point, I think. If I go origin point, target point, yeah, there we go. Now it matches up. Okay. Then if I turn on my switch button, that should... Okay, so it almost lined up. It looks like it's off by tiny bit. And it looks like I'm just off center with my drawing. So if I go back into my sketch, I need to shift my mirror line not sure which way to go. We're gonna try this way. Oh, that doesn't move those other ones though. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Alright, let's just select everything. No, there we go. Okay, go this way. Because we only want that stuff. And we're gonna move everything. We're gonna try 1 millimeter this way. And finish. See if that fixed it or not. It's worse! Looks like a sports bottle. Saber energy, the force push for the day. Saber energy, your force push for your daily life. Every good Jedi uses Saber Force. Or Saber Energy. Saber Energy. Now we're going to try going 1 millimeter this way. Come on. Too far. 1. Just 1. Finish. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what it is about like getting things lined up on there, but it's kind of stupid on how that works. Like, I can never figure out exactly where the center is. No matter how many times I try to do this cylinder pattern thing, I always end up with the center just slightly off, and I don't know why. All right, we're not gonna worry about cutting the switch button in right now, because holy cow. But we are gonna go back to solid, and we're gonna combine those two together. Now we just have one solid switch. Oh man. Alright, since we were having so much trouble with small textures, I'm not going to do the crosshatch texture this week. When I get my new processor, we're gonna try that again and see if a new processor helps with the computations in the program. Because if I'm going to be using this a lot, and my processor is not up to par, then well, that's what's got to happen. All right, so we've got 4 buttons. They're all exactly the same, and they are cylinders with a beveled top, and then it looks like it just has an extra protrusion. Does not look like it's spherical. Looks like it might just have rounded edges, but it is sitting at an angle, and it looks like how weird is that? So it looks like the button is coming straight out because one side is longer than the other. So that's kind of weird, but I mean, you know, I'll take it. Because if I just do a tangent plane, then I should be able to just draw the button, extrude it out, and then it should line up exactly where I want it to. I decided on... So right now I have a Ryzen 3, which is only a quad-core processor, and so I'm getting the Ryzen 7, which is an 8-core processor at 3.8 gigahertz per core, and right now I'm at 3.5 per core. And earlier I was trying to make a texture, and it was running my CPU at 100%. It couldn't keep up. So I'm hoping the Ryzen 7 does much better. I saw really good reviews of it on Newegg, so I'm hoping that's a good way to go. And the motherboard supports it, so then maybe sometime in the future I might get a new computer case, because the case is a little outdated and kind of big and clunky. It's got a bunch of drive bays that I don't need on it, and I'd love to have something that's smaller, more compact, that I can, you know, have some more efficient cooling and stuff like that in. So, all right. So let's just go for this button thing. So it's just a circle, and it encompasses almost the whole width. Like it's basically like, I want to say, just eyeballing it. No, not draw another one. The thing. Let's see. Where am I at right now? 15 millimeter diameter. It's like a half-inch button. That's a pretty serious button. But that's not too big. Like, you know, you think about half-inch, and it's really not that much. So I think I can keep pushing this a little bit. Plus that's just the base, and then it's gonna bevel. So I think I can just I can push this to be as big as I want it to be. And it gets fairly close to the top edge. Not really. Not super. And then, okay, so let's see what this is. 19. So let's make a 19 there. And let's go ahead and delete this one. Make it 19 so that we have, that way we just, so that way we have the constraint and the positioning. Okay. I don't think it has a dome. Oh, you've got a Ryzen 7? That's awesome, Mario. And I made a good choice. And it was like 18% off. So, and it comes with some super cooler fan that looks really fancy and pretty. Tim, I don't think it has a dome on it because like you can really see that you can definitely see that there's a chisel to the top of it. And then there's like a little button that sticks out, but the button that sticks out at the top looks very rectangular. I don't think, if it's domed, it's really, really subtle. So if we decide to dome it, it's going to be like a super, super squashed sphere that's going to be just ever so slightly domed. I think that detail would add a little bit of something to it. So we might go that route just because. Alright, so holy cow, those are huge. Go ahead and grab both of these. Push those back. So that's essentially what I was seeing on the on there. Let's we're gonna do two sides because we want this to pop out a little bit. Because we need to bevel it. So let's try 5 first. We can do a 5mm bevel. Or a 4, because then we have at least 1mm sticking out on that side. If I go, it sticks out a little bit more than that, and that bevel's probably too much. Actually, no, it's almost right on. Actually, we just need to pull these out just a tiny bit more. So we'll go back to our initial extrude and pull this out one more. That gives us a little bit more space there. Gosh, those things just look huge. But I mean, they look enormous on this thing too, you know. Yeah, maybe they are a little bit smaller. Let's go back to our sketch. We're gonna tweak this a little bit. Let's go down to 18. Both of these. See what that does for us. Not totally convinced. Let's go down to 16. Okay, that looks a little bit more believable, I think. Looking at the bevel now, proportionally, I think I went too far on that. So we'll pull that back one. There, proportionally, I think that looks closer. Oh, nice. That's really awesome. Yeah, I've got, what do I have? Oh, apparently I've only got 16 gigs of RAM installed. I probably need to pick up another 16. I know my motherboard supports a lot more than 16, but when I had to do my computer update initially, it was the motherboard that died, and I had to buy a motherboard, a processor, new RAM, and I had to buy Windows 10 because they couldn't pull my upgrade from Windows 8 to Windows 10 anymore, so I had to buy Windows 10. But they said it's like a lifetime whatever thing, no matter how many times I change it from here, like change systems. And so that was annoying, and that was like $400 or $500 worth of stuff. So I was really hesitant to push any more than that. But I should probably get more RAM, just whatever the fastest stuff is that my motherboard can handle, and do that. Well, that's okay, Tim. I appreciate the input, no matter what. So, all right. So let's grab this. Oh no, I don't want to put a sketch there. What am I doing? No. Go back. There we go. All right, we want to create a sphere on top of this, right in the middle, and it needs to be. Where's my arrow? There it is. Okay, apparently it's 10. Alright. And then modify. Oh, you know what? We need a center point, so get rid of that. We did need to put a sketch here. Apparently my brain knew what I was doing, but I didn't know what I was doing. There we go. Alright, scale this guy from that point. Non-uniform. Squish. Okay. And actually, you know what I forgot to do? This actually needs to be extruded up like a half a millimeter. There we go. Nice little button. Okay. Then I just need to basically do the same thing on this guy. And just doing it again is going to be way easier than trying to copy and move and like get it to line up perfectly. So we're just going to create a sphere. Okay. Scale. This entity from this point and then recombine that. And then mirror, not faces. What are you doing? mirror these bodies. Cross that. There it is. Those are our 4 weird buttons. Like, you would think that the buttons would be, becoming, just like straight out at a tangent, and they're not. And it's so weird. I might need to put them at a slight angle because this angle is like so weird looking, like it's just too much. And in this, like, I mean, that's basically what it looks like, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But the good news is it's really easy to adjust that. So if I go before the mirror and go move, and I want to move this entity 10 degrees up. And 2 in. And that reduces the length on the top. Probably should have done both of them. Alright, let's move both. Let's go up 5 and in 1. Okay. Let's see how we feel about that. I know that's like barely a change, but for some reason it makes me feel better. I mean, no matter how many times I look at this thing, I'm convinced that they're sitting at this really weird angle, and it looks really weird. Like, there's no other way to say it. They look a little tall, like sticking out too much. Go in a little bit more. Maybe it's the bevel. Yeah, so the bevel is a lot shallower on those other buttons. So I need to go all the way back to chamfer. Let's edit that feature. See if it'll let me do 2 distances. That might be closer. Alright, let's go back to the end there. Maybe is that bevel not enough now? Man, it's so tough to tell. Yeah, I think I need to go back and go down one more. Yeah, that's good. It's better than the original, in my opinion. Alright, so then if I go and I redo the mirror, see, but now that they're tilted up, it looks weird. Ah. Okay, they definitely need to move in. So, let's see what I can do about it. Spin. Maybe if they're just closer in, it'll look better. Because tilting them up definitely didn't help. Like I thought maybe matching that angle would do what I thought was correct, but then when you look at the top profile, then the buttons are like pointed all weird, and as much as I just don't really appreciate the asymmetry, it's technically what we see in the picture. Technically. Oh no. There's more freaking grooves right there along the seam. Well, they're small though, so maybe I can do that without having to go back to the circular pattern or the flat pattern. Now's a good time to save, I think. I think on this saber, the slider switch is actually going to be the push activation switch. And then these other 4 buttons are just going to be permanent fixtures. There. Now that it's got hard edges around it, it looks a little bit better. Maybe that was part of it. The fact that it just kind of looked weird. And I know the proportions are still a little bit off, and there's not a lot I'm going to be able to do about that. But let's go back to the top here, because we've got I wonder if I can mend these faces so that there's no seam there. Well, I mean, there's got to be a seam somewhere. So, all right, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay, so, oh, it's got a couple pinholes too. Interesting. Okay, so it's got a little bridge piece like on the other side, and then it's got something that's probably about the same size as the button. So let's make a tangent plane with that. Why did it turn around? Freaking weirdo. Okay. Because we need one that goes here. And we need to attach to our origin. That's what we need. Ignore that seam that's there. Okay. And it was 19 by like 4. Set position. Okay. That looks a little too wide, doesn't it? Yeah. Alright, let's take this down then. Why does it keep not giving me constraints that I want? There we go. Yeah, that's a little bit better. A little bit closer anyway. Bring that in. Okay. Okay, I'm fairly happy with that. And then we have a basic rectangle here. And just kind of guessing, I'm gonna say, let's go 4 that way. That way. Okay. And then a couple little tiny pinholes. Don't know why that's a thing, but apparently it's a thing. Might have to go 1mm on those guys. Ah, why does it keep doing that? Alright, here we go. Alright, so you know what I forgot to do. I have to go to offset. And do that. Alright, so we'll extrude. Probably not going to let me do this. Yep, because those are all 3 separate objects, so we're going to have to go back in and draw a line right over seam. Same thing with this guy. There we go. Okay. Now we'll try this. Try this. From this object. Minus half. Okay, that worked. Let's keep going. Fail to project. Okay. What? Why? Oh, come on. Alright, that one was successful. Let's just draw a new line. Just short of it. Alright, let's see if that works. Okay, so that worked-ish. Now let's see if I can get in here and we're going to do a revolve of this profile around our central axis. What the hell? Why isn't it? Oh, angle. What the hell? That should have worked. Revolve this profile. Around this axis. Why is it doing that? Oh, that's so weird. Did that work? No, it did not. Oh, this is so frustrating. Okay, we're gonna try something. We're gonna go ahead and get rid of that central thing there, and we're gonna try extending improper intersection. Doesn't want to do that either. Well, why not? Oh no. Can you not start your car? That's not good. Oh, that's worse. Now I have even more faces. Ah, what can I do? What can I do? Can I get rid of the whole thing and then make a patch or a loft and then trim it? Okay, Okay, so can I... chain here, here. Flow in an invalid direction by adjusting continuity settings. Valid direction? What do you mean invalid direction? What the heck? Get rid of you too. Okay, so apparently this plan is not going to work either. It's not going to let me basically get rid of this weird gap. Oh man. Tim, poor Tim. I'm so sorry, man. I didn't even think you'd been out that long. 'Cause I guess your battery wasn't doing too hot. All right, let's. Okay. I didn't want to have to do this, but let's. Move that point one that way. This one, point one this way. And then. A smaller one inside of this. That way we just have like itty bitty ridges to take care of. Didn't want to do it this way, but I guess I have to. That is so weird with how off that is. Like, I don't even know what's going on with that. But, doesn't matter. Because we're just going to fix it. Okay, that's weird. I guess I have to extrude from the center out. There we go. Okay, it'll have a little bit of weird angle thing going on there, but I don't care. Don't care. Now for that I do need to get, I think maybe a tangent. Yeah, I need to get a tangent on an angle so that the circle is going in at the right angle. So that we're not going to do. Are going to take care of this one here. About an hour and a half, but motor was off, just had air on. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you were running your AC, then yeah, that'd probably kill it pretty quick. That sucks, dude. Alright. I don't know why this saber is giving us so much trouble. Like, I feel like we were on a roll there for a while and just like knocking stuff out left and right. And then just out of nowhere, this saber's just like being difficult at every turn. I don't know why it's doing that. That's so weird. Look, the profile's right there, but it only took... Wait, is it because of that? What's... I don't know what... who cares? We're gonna fix it anyway. Alright, come on. Get where I can see things. Alright. Turn around. There we go. Not perfect, but works. And if I change my visual style to just shaded, see that seam goes away because it's not actually there. It just looks like it is. Yep, that works. That works really well. Alright, so I would have to make a... Let's see, for this one, maybe I don't have to make an angled because it's so close that maybe you can't tell the direction. You still kind of can. Okay, so we need to make a tangent plane on that. What's your angle? Oh, that's a nice angle. We're just gonna make it go in 1 millimeter. Don't want to go too deep there. Alright, and then our other pinhole was kind of off up here. So if we make a tangent plane there, where is it? Tangent plane there. Are you down there? Okay, so we basically just need it to sit. Yeah, why not? So that's the origin. That's like where it's flattest. Okay, so that's not right. Try that again. Or is that just where the center is? Well, either way, we're gonna try again. We were at 170, so yeah, let's go 165. Better, closer, warmer. I'll take it. And it was kind of off up here. Yeah, that looks fairly decent. I don't know what that's for, but it appears in the model, so just jump it tomorrow, all in the name of Saber support. You don't have to go through so much headache, man, just to watch this stuff. Come on now. Let's not get too crazy. All right. I am fairly convinced that the sleeve goes straight in and we have like just barely a fillet. Just enough for it to look okay. In fact, I might want to bump this away from that edge a little bit. Where are you at? Is 13? Number 10? No. 9. There it is. It is sketch. We're just going to move this one up just a little bit. Because we have it set at 1 away. Let's go 2 away. Hey, I said 2. Do what I tell you. Fail to resolve. Why? Maybe I have to do this one first. Nope. Doesn't want to do that either. Okay. Fine. I'll just grab these. Go move. We're going to move it 1 up. Nope, it doesn't want to do that either. Okay. Well, you know what we'll do? We'll just say that didn't happen. And we're gonna come over to end here. And we'll just give ourselves an extra millimeter right there. How about that? Aha! There we go. That looks nicer. Okay. Oh, buddy. All right. All right, so I'm pretty sure sabers for mental health. Well, I'm glad you look forward to it, Tim. I enjoy doing this, and I want to make it a regular thing. I wish I could get on more often, because I would love to figure out some other times that I could get on and do this, but you know, life and work, you know, all that important stuff. All right, so the emitter. It has one of those weird shroud things, like we had to deal with in the power and control lightsaber. So I'm probably gonna have to do something similar to that, where we do the sheet metal and then cut the shape out and then it folds back up. Gonna have to figure that out. Will it cauterize your wounds? I guess that depends on what electronics you put in there, because I mean, nobody's saying that you can't put a real lightsaber in this. I mean, this is just the housing, so you put a real laser in it, sure. I don't know, you probably have to 3D print it out of metal or something. Alright. So, looking at my canvas, I'm gonna bump out a little bit. There we go. Alright, so the emitter is a fairly easy shape. Got a little bit of a curve thing going on right there. It looks like this one we're going to build from the bottom since our canvas is kind of upside down. So let's see. We need a rectangle. And we're going to offset a little bit. And let's just go all the way out to where our curve is going to start. And we're just going to kind of go about it this way. I'm going to go 1.5, 4.5. And then we'll go 2.5 by 9. I don't know that that would be a great thing to do. That'd probably be ill-advised. Ah, shit. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't randomly click around on Twitch because you might end up accidentally making somebody a moderator. Good thing that was extremely temporary. Alright, let's see. That's not quite right on. I'm gonna have to change this up a little bit. Let's go. Maybe we just need to spread these out a bit. No, not that way. There we go. There we go. That looks a little bit more even across all of those. Fairly happy with that. This one probably needs to just go. Come on now. Okay, what are you doing? Move this half. Oh. Okay. Oh, cool, I have this thing. Immediately ignore the thing. Yeah. But you know, just clicking around and like, okay, what does this do? And then, oops, yep, that's totally not what I meant to have happen. But we're okay for the moment. All right, we need. All right, none of the rest of this looks like rectangles, so we're gonna need a spline to go here. And I'm thinking that's not what I wanted. Go a little bit farther than that. Comes up, curves around, goes around, and then ends up in like that-ish. Make this radius a little bit bigger. That's pretty close. Fusion 360, you can actually get a free license to use as a hobbyist. You don't have to pay for Fusion 360 unless you are using it commercially and make more than 200 grand a year. So I'm going to post a link that's going to help you out, which is Fusion 360 free for personal use. Okay, Tim. Thanks for dropping in. I'll see you next time, man. You want to scroll all the way down to the bottom of that page that I posted, and there's a free for personal use, get started, and you can get a 1-year license for free, and you can renew it every year for free and use Fusion 360 without ever paying for it. And not a lot of people know about it because you kind of have to search for it in the website. They don't make it easily found. Pull that in a little bit. I have no idea if this is gonna do what I want, but we're gonna try it anyway. Okay, this end piece I could probably just extrude a circle, bevel it, and have something a lot nicer. Yeah. If you have you might, I don't know if you can see it in the stream, but mine says education license because I work for Mizzou, and so I got the education license before I learned about the hobbyist license. But the hobbyist license is just as good. Here we go. All right, let's see how this turns out with rotation. Revolve both of those. Yeah, that looks pretty right on. Pretty close to what I wanted. That is such a weird shaped saber. And as always, do a little fillets to make things look nice. Alright, so I just need to pull this out. And then we need to chamfer that. What does this give us for the end? That's a diameter of only 15. That's not even big enough to accept a standard blade that you can buy online. So might have to forego that part. See what we got going on here. This one is 21. You can get, let's see, I think the smallest blade I saw was 7/8 of an inch. which is 22-ish, 23. Oh man, that's so close. Just not quite the right size. So what's our current size on our outer ring here? That's like 40. Our other one's 44, so we could make this a little bit bigger and still get away with that. So let's go back into our sketch. Right, that way. Okay, yeah, it's only 20. Yeah, we need to be at like 22. Oh, come on. Didn't like that. Alright, let's just grab everything there. And put it down.
Welcome to Andromeda.
Can you do Boolean geometry? Oh yes. Oh yes. Right now, I mean, for lightsabers I use revolve command a lot, but you can do all kinds of cuts, and you can do surface modeling, sheet metal modeling, which you can like create an object, unfold it, do stuff to it, and then fold it back up. And do really interesting things. That's how we got a lot of the patterning on the grip part with these indentions. Is I had a cylinder, which in this is called a flange for sheet metal, unrolled it and then drew my pattern and cut into it, and then rolled it back up, so that way I wouldn't have to try and make all these tangent planes and doing weird stuff like that. Grab the origin. There we go. And this. I want to grab both. Come on. I don't know why it's not snapping appropriately, but you know what? Doesn't matter. We're just going to do that and trim the ends off. Away. Don't need any of that. Okay, so now we should be... Okay, we're at 45, so I went a little bit overboard. But it does give us a 25 millimeter radius on the end, which would accept a regular blade, so I could put a small bevel there, and this would be an emitter that only accepts a 7/8 blade instead of a full 1-inch blade. And that could still work. So I'm even though it is a little bit bigger, I'm kind of hesitant to take the size down, because I don't want to lose the ability to put that bevel on the end, because I mean, even in the picture, it's just that emitter end is so small. And you know, in this picture, it almost looks like maybe it would have been a better idea to do a chamfer on this instead of another what do you call it? Spline. Might play with that. I'm kind of thinking we don't need that. Come out to there. this and just pull that out. Now I have a little bit more control over how large the end is going to be there, and I think that's going to be better in the long run. So I could come back to this and push everything a little bit back up a millimeter, just so that we're not too big. Let's go to 5. And now it's yelling at me about my revolve. What? Oh, missing axis? Okay. I don't want that axis. I want that one. There we go. So then that gives us... Okay, so that's 26. And then... just offset this enough to give it a border. Pull this out some. Doesn't need to be much, maybe just 4. I'd chamfer that. Let's see. It almost looks like it's got a tiny little flat edge right before that. So we could go like that. And that gives us 20.2, and we need it to be at least 23. So go back into our chamfer. We need only take 1 out, and that should give us. Oh man, that cuts it so close. I don't know if this is gonna work. Alright, let's go. Not 5, 0.5. And then if I make it a bit flatter. I mean, I guess no matter what I do here, it's still going to have issues with accepting a blade, because even if it's exact size, the blade's just going to go straight into that. So actually what I probably need to do is we're going to make this a... Nope, not that. We're going to make this a new body. So that way I can do the chamfer basically whatever I want it to be, whatever looks good. And basically it's just going to be a plug that goes in the end whenever you don't have a blade in place. So like this, for accepting a blade, we would need at least 23. We'll just cut in a little ways into that. So that's where the blade would go in, and then this. it into a plug. Which actually I should probably... Okay, so this is... That was 23, so we want to go 22.9. Because that'll make it fit a little bit better after their print. If somebody was 3D printing this, it would make it fit a little bit better. Okay, and then that means that I can go here and make the plug look like it's got a cavity. I can push this pretty much. I can just make the plug all the way open, so that way if they wanted to turn on like the light that they have, if they have an electronics kit set up, and then they, you know, basically be a flashlight, I guess. So that's a little bit more accurate, I think. Okay. Ugh. So, still have a shroud to make, little vents to put on the side, which it looks like the vent lines up with our sideline, where it's centered on that, or at least I'm gonna guess that it is. That's where I'm gonna put it. The shroud is gonna have to be made from sheet metal and made from a flange, and then cut and then refolded to make the cutout accurate, and then the grip texture I'm waiting on next week, so I can have a better processor set up in my PC to handle the computations necessary for that really fine texture, because it was having a lot of issues earlier this evening making that happen. Same thing with the crosshash mesh in there. So, oh well, thank you, Isaac. I very much appreciate that, and thanks for the follow too. That's really awesome. I appreciate the follow. A lot of what I'm doing is kind of exploratory, experimental with the different methods, and with an aim towards 3D printing and sort of fan art prop building in general. So if that is something that catches your interest, then yeah, I could teach you quite a few different ways of modeling things parametrically, and this software works really great for things like blasters and swords and lightsabers, anything that's a little bit more geometric. Organic shapes I have done in here. It just gets a little bit more complicated with how to do it. All right, I think I am getting towards the end with how late I can be in this. So I'm gonna clean up my work area a little bit on here, and we'll tighten these up so that we can get a good estimate on what our saber length is right now. I have a feeling this one's going to turn out a little bit longer. So from there to the plug. Oh yeah, so this one's going to be a bit of a long one, because we're at 11.8 and we still need to make a pommel, and the pommel will probably be at least around an inch to an inch and a half, depending on the design. And as you probably noticed, there's no pommel on this canvas because it's a double-ended saber. So I'm trying to use this as more of an inspiration and create single-bladed sabers that can be modded. And if you 3D print more parts, then you can assemble it into a double-bladed, and try to make things a little bit more modular. Oh, thank you, Mario. Yes, I need to check that out. I'm actually about to end my stream, so I will check it out as soon as I am done here. All right, so that means next time I'm online, we're gonna work on the emitter shroud. We're gonna work on the emitter vents, and we'll probably cut the vents all the way through so that the light can come out from the saber. And if my processor is here by then, we might work on some of the textures and of course a pommel. So thank you to everybody that came to hang out with me. Very much appreciate your company and your questions. And hopefully I'll see you in the future. I do this every Monday, and I'm trying to figure out another time that I could log on and do this periodically. Hello. Oh. Time to see if we can make some progress on this thing. Last week I said I was going to get a new processor so I could try to make the texture on the grip area. The processor came in, and it came with a new CPU fan and cooling unit, and then I discovered that I didn't have the appropriate bracket to mount that CPU fan to the motherboard. And I let that package sit outside my office for days thinking, oh, everything's in that box. I'll just open it up on Monday and get everything installed. Hi, Tim. Good to see you. And and so, of course, I had to order a plastic bracket. I called every single computer parts and repair place in Colombia today to see if anybody had the part, and nobody had it. Nobody carried it. Nobody had spare parts. So I had to order it, and it'll be here Friday. So I'm not going to worry about the grip texture tonight. We're going to get through the rest of the saber minus that, and then we'll probably just jump into the next one, the next design, and see how far we can get on a new saber. I started about 15 minutes early today so that maybe I can make up for some of that time. But all right, let's take a look at where we were. Let's see. Our lightsaber stuff. There it is, Umbaran. Alright, let's take a look. So, we need to create this little vent thing here, and the shroud that goes on the outside of the emitter end. So, those two things need to happen. I'm going to rotate the saber, see if there's a vent on the other side, and there is. Okay. Now, I'm going to say that vent looks like it lines up with the center line. So I'm going to say if we just pick our right view here, then we can put the vent right there, and I think that'll work pretty well. And just looking at perspective, yeah, that still looks pretty okay. All right, so I think I'm gonna put the tangent plane on this guy, and that'll get our drawing as close to there as we can. So we'll create a sketch, and we need to be right here. Okay, let's see. Oh, I need to open up Discord because I was invited to post whenever I'm streaming things. in somebody else's thing. There we go. Maybe I'll throw it in Cosplicon too. Let's see. Okay, cool. I should probably do this before I go live. Alright, we'll see if that does anything for us. Okay. So I need basically a rounded rectangle. So I think if we draw a rectangle and then just round the corners. Okay, so it's like landscape. So I think a center rectangle will work pretty well for us in this regard. So we'll just pick about the middle, this guy. It needs to stay landscape oriented, so it's got to be wider than it is tall. 13 by 18 sounds pretty good. It might be smaller than that actually. Let's see. Let's go 10 by 18. Now why doesn't it attach to the origin? That's so terribly annoying. That whenever I change my dimensions, it you know, shifts my rectangle around. Okay, that looks fairly centered. Alright, I feel like that size looks better. Alright, so then we should be able to just pick our corner vertices. No, not that. Ugh, what are you doing? Okay, fill it from here to here. There we go. And from there to there. There to there, and there to there. Okay. Definitely not that much of a curve. Ah! Why is it doing that? Alright, you know what? Try that again. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do them one at a time, so that way it doesn't get angry at us. Takes a couple seconds longer, but probably worth the extra effort to make sure that it's not gonna be angry at us. Okay. Then it's got 3 lines there, and I think last time I assumed that I was going to cut it all the way through so that you would have some glow effect there, and I think that's still a cool idea. But the first thing is we need to make an offset of this guy by a fairly small margin. for that groove that's kind of cut out. Maybe we should go to the outside. Yeah. Maybe something even thinner. Maybe like a really small cut. There we go. Okay. Then we need these 3. Okay. In the middle. So if we hit another center rectangle and just bring it out. 1 seems pretty good. Let's go 10, because then we're gonna make some arcs on the ends of this, and that's gonna make it longer overall. All right, go away. There we go. Snap that in place. Alright, let's see if that ratio looks about right. It does have more space on the left and right, but I'm thinking that this does need to go up a little bit. So if we push that... Why does the center keep doing that? That's so weird. Every time I change a sketch dimension, it's shifting it left or right, but you would think that if your anchor was the center, that it would expand from the center. That's so weird. That's okay, I can move the drawing, so we'll just wait until we're done with the drawing to move it. Okay, so let's grab that, and we're going to say move copy, create copy. I could have done a linear pattern, but since we're only making 2 copies, it's just kind of seemed like unnecessary. So we'll do that, and then we'll grab that again. And we'll go this way. What's it, 5? That looks pretty right on to me, I think. Actually, these might need to be a little fatter, so let's oh, maybe 2 is too much. Let's go 1.5. And I'm probably gonna have to move all these, because it's not gonna stay hooked in the center. It's gonna shift all over the place and do weird things, but whatever. Yeah, that's just all kinds of weirdness. That must have mistyped there. Ah, Agaris, hello, welcome. Thank you for tuning in and joining me again on this lightsaber journey. I'm currently trying to make the vents for this guy, and we're getting some disagreements. Oh, now it's constrained together. That's super weird. Okay, all right. You know what? We'll just go back to where we are here. Ah, dang it. Need to go 12. Okay. And this we were thinking 1.5. Okay. Alright, so now I just need to copy this. What if we go 3? That look like good spacing? And it probably is better at 2.75. Barely a difference, but maybe it'll look better there. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll work for what we're wanting. Alright, so let's move this whole thing and try to get it a little bit more centered here, because we are just barely on the origin line. And we need to be a little bit more halfway in between. There we go. That looks a lot better. Okay. And it does look like it spans pretty much the entire curve. So I think this will be fine. Are we going to be finishing the emitter and pommel and then starting on the next saber? Probably. I think we're going to have more than enough time. I think tonight I would prefer to go ahead and move on to a new saber after I've got this one mostly, pretty much done except for the textures. Because, yeah, the stupid mounting bracket for the CPU fan didn't come with... You spend almost $300 on a thing, and they don't send you a bracket with it. And then you have to spend $5 on a piece of plastic. Like, why couldn't they just put the piece of plastic in the box so that I could mount it in the PC and just have it ready to go for tonight? Ugh. But I digress. Okay. We're gonna finish that sketch. We're gonna cut the little groove first, I think. We'll see if it takes from that side or not. Oh, hooray! It worked. Yeah, it cut right into there. Very, very good. Awesome. Alright. Now the easy part will be just grabbing all of those. And we're just going to cut all the way through. And then I need to see if I can get this groove cut on the opposite side. That should have worked. Ah, yes. There we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good, I think. Nice little vent. And it looks fairly close. The one in the video looks taller. Dang it. Let's go out to maybe not quite that far. Maybe 12. Yeah. That looks more like an appropriate ratio. So I need to figure out how to move this guy. Hopefully it's not constrained like it did weirdly before. If I just pull up on it. Oh, there we go. Okay. We're okay there. That looks fairly good. And then I just need to move the whole thing back down towards our origin. Keep it as close to the middle as we can. I'm not going to be super precise about this one since it's just making a pretty simple cut. Alright, let's see how that did. Okay. Yeah, I'm fairly happy with that. I think the spacing could be fixed a little bit there. It's not quite even in between these guys. I think I could just fix that with maybe some sketch dimensions and create some constraints. So let's make a sketch dimension between these. Okay, right now that's at 1.75. And then we'll make another sketch dimension. These two guys. Yeah, okay, so those are a little bit off from each other. So I think what we'll do is we're going to bring this in to 2. We're going to push this one out to 2. And everything should... And it didn't shift anywhere. Cool. Okay, so maybe sometimes I just need more constraints to keep things where I want them. So that it's not just pushing things around. Alright, yeah. Let's see. Does that look more... Does this look more square than this is? It kind of does, but at the same time, I don't know if I want to go too much bigger. But I guess we could push just a little bit. Let's change the proportions just a tiny bit more. Let's go 14 because that'll give us 1 more millimeter in each direction. And so then that should... Let's push this out to 2.25. Needs a little bit more space. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Tim. More square. At first, I was afraid of making it too square, and now I'm thinking I should have just stuck with what I had at first because we were a lot closer to square when I started, and then I changed it because I was afraid of being too square. And now I'm seeing that being closer to square is better. So that's a 14 by 18. That's a lot closer to square, but our pieces, our cutouts are also more proportional. Can I see the vents in this one? I can. At least with this we can like zoom in really far. Yeah, so these are much taller, and then maybe they have a little bit more room on the sides. No, about the same. Okay, no, the room on the sides is fine. Alright, so we're just going to keep tweaking this sketch until it looks right. So let's go 2 millimeters on each of these guys. See what that does. It's just a drawing. Why are you getting so bogged down? I don't even have Chrome open. I'm not sure about shortening the sides, because every time I look at it, it's really close to those 2 edges. Darn it! Come on, come back. No, you go away. No, this is the one. What are you doing? What's going on? My computer is just struggling. I can't wait for that part to come in. See it, so it comes almost right up to that hard edge there, and then it comes almost right up to there. I could bring it in like a tiny bit, but I don't know that I want to do that too much. Like, if I brought this down to 17, then maybe. Let's go 2 on that. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. Yeah, when I zoomed in, you saw it better. Yeah. Every time I change one of these sketch constraints, it just gets angry. Push that back out to 18. Now this one needs to be 2. And then it needs to think about it for a while. It is crazy how much of my processor power this program is eating up. and I didn't used to have so many issues with it, but so I don't know. I don't know why it's being so crazy like this. Alright, you know what? We also need a sketch dimension between here and here, because we need to make all of these numbers equal somehow. Adding this dimension will over-constrain the sketch. Choose OK to create a driven dimension. Oh, okay, so it's just showing me what it is, as opposed to actually constraining. It's just going to be there for reference, so I can see the distance, and I guess that's important. Okay, so if each of these is only 1.5, then these need to come in a little bit. If we go 1.75, oh, darn it, wrong number. Ah, I'm supposed to be looking at the 2.5 right there. 2.5 to 1.5. The spaces, not the pieces. Ugh. No, there aren't any storms currently. It was supposed to rain, and then it just kind of didn't. Alright, so I've got to push that back to 2 and wait for that to think about it. We need to get you using properties. Properties. This is something that I haven't looked into. So, yes, it's probably something that I should look at. Because I'm designing with just sort of like pen and paper in mind kind of thing. As opposed to creating, I guess properties might be like rules, maybe? Alright, so if we do 2, then that means spacing should be 2, 2, 2, 2. Awesome. That makes things much easier. It's a life changer. Now I'm intrigued. Okay. It almost looks like the space in between the vents is smaller than the vents themselves. So I'm wondering if I need to go even wider on those to get closer. Oh, that's okay, Isaac. I appreciate you dropping in, though. Yeah, I keep my replays up for, I guess Twitch keeps them for 16 days, but I'm glad that you dropped in for a second to say hey. Alright, so back to the sketch. Alright, so if we want to increase these to 2.5, let's take our space down in between those, and then let's see what happens with 2.5 tall. Oh man, if I would have been able to install that new processor today, it wouldn't be doing this. It's freaking out every time I try to change something. Is it because it's redrawing the arcs after I changed the rectangle's height? Is that why it's doing that? Yeah, I guess it is doing that. But I think this is going to be much closer to what we want. And hopefully it doesn't keep doing this to me all night, because this is getting pretty redonkulous. It's recalculating the whole model each time. Okay, see, I thought it didn't do its recalculation until I hit finish sketch. So I guess maybe if I go back in time and leave these extrudes out, maybe then it would go a little faster. Which you can't see because it's behind my avatar, or behind my webcam view. So I'll just I'll step back before the extrusions. Oh, it won't let me do that while I'm in sketch mode, I guess. Okay, well, we're already here, so. Okay, so let's see. Those are 1.75, those are 1.5. So to evenly divide it, should be at 1.625. Math. Finish. Okay. I think that ratio looks a lot closer to our reference image. And, you know, I'm not going for absolute perfection, but it does look a lot closer. Might have more space on the left and right, looking at the ratios. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to step back the extrusions and then go edit the sketch. We'll see if that helps our speed a little bit. Alright, so I want to go into here and let's go to 11. Where's the constraint on this one? There it is. 11. No, right there. 11. And then obviously I need to move these. Nope. Okay. Move. This stuff. This way. Oh, it's moving the whole thing. Of course it is. How do I get these to be centered again? Gosh darn it. Okay, let's try this again. Let's see if it'll let us grab this. Your dimensions can also be formulas so that you don't have to figure out the math. That's pretty cool. I haven't messed with formulas very much. I usually end up doing the math in my head. I've done fractional math so much that it's not foreign to me. All right, let's see what happens if I just can I grab. Okay, so the center one is constrained. Because this, or no wait, hang on. No, that is centered. What am I doing? For some reason I thought it wasn't centered. I have the dumb. I wasn't actually paying attention to. Nope, that's. Oh my gosh. When you think you click once, but you clicked and dragged just a tiny bit. Okay, it shifted off the origin line, that's what it was. Alright. Now we can step forward in time. Let it do its calculations. I do not use the gesture controls. Another thing that I should probably learn at some point because they probably make things way faster. I am old school. I had Windows 3.1 when I was a teenager, so I'm so used to just clicking. I'm not used to gesture stuff or stylus even. So okay, I like that a lot better. I think that is much closer. Yeah. Oh, you hate them? Well, I'm glad I'm glad I'm not the only one that just gets annoyed by the fact that it exists, because it's just like, what is that? I don't know. I don't even know what I just did. So I wish there was a way to turn it off, like where it just doesn't happen. But what are you gonna do? Okay, so now we need this shroud thing that goes over the emitter. It doesn't cover very much of it, so there is a way to turn it off. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up later, because I'm totally doing that. The backwards zoom. I'm not sure what backwards zoom is. Backwards zoom. Maybe I haven't come across that, but I'm not 100% sure what that is. You can turn it off in preferences. Definitely gonna look at that. Maybe not right now, but I'm definitely gonna look at that at some point. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. It's probably under my account or something, or extensions, status, yeah, whatever. Okay, we'll look at it later. Right now, we need to think about this thing, this giant shroud thing. I could, since it's a fairly simple shape, it's all flat. There's no etched designs. There is a cutout there, but that should be a pretty easy cutout to do at a tangent plane. So I think what I'll do is I'll make a partial rotation, or a partial revolve, and then go to the top view and cut a shape out of that. That's kind of similar to what I would do with if I was making like a shield. But I'll work with one surface and then thicken the surface so that we don't get any weird bubbles. Click on your name in the upper right, then preferences, bottom option, first screen. Well, you know what? Let's just take care of this right now. I am definitely down for just taking care of this. Bottom option, first screen. Use gesture based. No, don't do that. Alright, cool. Apply. You need to restart. No. We'll just, you know what? It's saved for next time. And that'll be okay. Alright, so I want to go to surface modeling. Or well, we need to make a sketch first. So, let's make a sketch. And we need just a line. And we want it bigger. Oops. We want it bigger than we need. So if we go from here to... See, that goes out past the end. So I'm going to say... Let's see. We probably want it to sit like right on top. I'm going to get that as close as I can to where that's sitting. And then we just need it to go out past here. Doesn't really matter how far the line goes, because we're going to cut some of that off anyway. Alright, so let's make a surface. Revolve that. Oh, nope, not that. Profile. That. This. Thank you. Axis. We want that to be our axis. Oh, come on now. That. Thank you. Okay, cool. Alright, so we don't need a full 360 degrees, but we do need symmetrical, and that looks to be large enough. Okay. so let's turn the emitter off and the emitter plug. And let's just get rid of all that stuff. Cool. All right. So it rounds the two corners, and then the top is probably just a large arc. So let's go ahead and make another sketch. I'm not 100% sure if this is going to work, but I want to see if it does, because I've made a link shield once, doing kind of this similar thing, revolving a line profile and then cutting a shape out of it and thickening it. So I want to see if how this does. Let's open my emitter and let's do hidden edges, so I can see all of my edges in there, where those are going to sit. And let's see, it goes to just past that first one, so it ends somewhere around here. Okay, so I guess the easiest thing to do first would be to make a rectangle. You need to be smaller than that guy, because it doesn't go very far. So somewhere around there, and it only goes partially over that, most of the way over that. Okay, so somewhere around there, kind of about there, and then it goes out past our nose, but maybe not too much past the nose, just a little bit. We'll see how that does. Why is that all is that all construction lines? No, okay, it's not. It just, oh, because it's underneath the it's underneath the bodies, right? Yeah, okay. Alright. Now, these corners are pretty rounded over. Pretty good. So, let's go 10. Let's see how that does. About a ½ inch past the nose, you think? Okay, yeah, we'll look at that and see if that needs to be adjusted for sure. Okay, and then out here at the top, kind of one big arc that happens right there, and the arc kind of starts kind of about mid-vent from what it looks like. So let's get our emitter back out here. So it needs to arc from here to there. So I should be able to just make a 3-point arc, go from mid, come on, stay perpendicular. Why aren't you locking? Do the thing I want you to do. And we'll just try to get as close to it as possible, I guess. Okay. And then, oh, well, that's not right. We're gonna need a spline then, because arc is not doing what we want. So let's go spline. Besides, spline will probably lock in a little bit better. So we'll pick that, and hook into that. Okay. Is it mirrored? I would assume it's the same on both sides. Yeah, so I probably could have sketched half of it and just gone with that, but alright, let's see. Don't want it to extend past we need this to go straight, lock in there. Same thing here, lock in right that. and be same constraint on both sides, like so. Okay. We're gonna see how this turns out. So I should be able to take this profile and we'll just intersect. Alright, let's take a look at how that looks. Okay, so it didn't quite wrap the width that we need, so I need to go wider. And I was afraid of that from the beginning. I thought maybe I would have to go wider, but I wasn't 100% sure. So let me go back into the sketch here. Well, let's reverse time and go back into the sketch. Okay, now how close did I get to the edges on this guy? Let's go hidden edges. Oh, I can go so much wider on this. So much wider. Alright, let's see. Don't have a sketch constraint currently, but you know what, let's go ahead and do that. And let's push this out to 36. Of course, now I gotta move it. There we go. Alright, just kind of guessing on the size. Oh wow, yeah, that's a lot closer. Yeah, because it does have a little bit of space between the vent and that, so I think now we're kind of where we need to be. I like the rounded corners worked out really well. That looks pretty right on to me. In the model, it looks like it's got some harder angles before the arc. Like you can see a little bit harder angle right there. But I don't know. I think I like the smoother transition for this one a little bit better. We could look at, when does it start the arc? It starts the arc right before the big gap. Like, oh, it rounds off from here, not from here. So maybe we need to move that a little bit and cut into that. So let's go back, because let's see, if we go 11. Oop, did I mess something up? Hang on a minute. Get rid of all that stuff. I say 11. That's weird. No, I want... No. This. No. Oh, come on. Okay, what if I just eliminate it? No, I won't do that, will it? That's so weird. It lost the length. And then if I try to make the fillet bigger, then it lengthens the whole thing, which is not what I'm going for. I mean, I could maybe, let's see. Okay, here's an idea. Why don't we could trim this away, right? And then if I turn on the emitter body, I should be able to, yeah. So this vertex needs to move to like there. Constrain the length. Yeah, I probably need to do that. Okay. But the thing that I was thinking about was that that I might want the fillet to not have equal distant. So I'm because the fillet on here is equal distant no matter what you try to do. But by moving the vertices up, then I should be able to do, we could try an arc where it fits a little tighter. We do get a hard angle right there, which is kind of the opposite of that, because it should be a hard angle here and a smooth transition there. So maybe I can do that again. And if not, maybe I could just use a spline instead. But arcs are just so fast. Creates an arc with tangency. Is that what I want? No, it is not. All right, let's explore. Let's explore some different things that we can use here. All right, let's try. Nope, I want to start from the other end. I want to do a 3-point arc from this side. So if this has a smooth transition, then the other one is all wonky and messed up. Okay, so we're gonna have to just use a spline. But that should be pretty easy to work out, because I can just pull this and lock it in there. And then if I leave this one alone, it makes that little hard angle that we see right there. Because it's got just that little bit of, it looks like it's sharp, but then maybe it's not. So I mean, either way, I can just do that, and then that's locked in place. So when fillet doesn't work, use a spline. I should probably mirror now that I'm looking at it, because trying to get the vertice constraints to match is going to be hell. Come on now. Pull in just a little bit for me. Okay, alright. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Grab another line, and we want to go center. Alright, mirror this guy. There we go, okay. Now we have a complete sketch, finished sketch. Okay, yeah, that's a lot better. So the curve starts where it's supposed to, but then if you go to your top view, you still get that little bit of a wider look on there. So I'm fairly happy with that. Now, as far as how far it's sticking out there, let's see, where's my grid? There we go. What's my units right now? Are these 2s? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10? Okay, so it's actually sticking out about a ½ inch, Tim. So I think we're pretty much right on. All right, so now I should be able to create a thicken. And let's see, how thick do we want it? It's maybe 2 millimeters thick. Yeah, I think that works. Such a narrow circumference, but I know it's supposed to fit like right on top of that. Like when I go this way, I'm like, oh man, that's so narrow. But when you look at it from the side, then it's like, oh yeah, that's totally right, because there's this huge gap there, and even in the video when it tilts back, you can see a big gap right there. Now, in some views, it almost looks like there's an angle there, but I think that's just a trick of the polygons making up the model on the game, because I really don't think that this is like flat or square in any respect. Let's do a quick spin. Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like it's so weird. Like as it rotates around, it almost looks like oh man, there's flat right there. That's important. Yeah, because that's not flat. Because we did a spline all the way across. Yeah, that's not right. Because it's more like the other end just has a much longer arc. Or at least that's what I saw. So I feel like I need to trim away. Let's. Will you? I could add a fit point. And then we'll just pull this up. Whoa! Don't do that. This one. Okay, yeah, I know you're constrained. Go away. There we go. Okay. I don't want a lot of flat up here on top. I just want that little bit, because I feel like that's going to be important. Pull these in. Now, why am I getting that little weirdness in the middle? Can I trim between them? I can. Sweet. I think front curve on the front doesn't seem as long as the original. Huh? Start curve at 3/4 way past the vent and elongate it. The start of the curve is right there, which is almost halfway through the vent, right there. It definitely doesn't start back here, and it definitely doesn't start up here. It's right along this ring right here. It might be a little bit further back, and I'm willing to concede that, to say that this should start a little farther back. But where's my other vertex? That's weird. That is very weird. For some reason I can't grab the end of this one. There's like no vertex there. That's so weird. Okay, well anyway, back to this for a second. Okay, so that one is perpendicular. This one just doesn't have vertices anymore. I guess what I could do is I could just delete that one, and we'll just mirror this after we fix it. Alright, so I could probably take this one, we'll drag it down, we'll pull that arc back a little bit. I'm sorry, Tim, I'm really not sure what you mean. Front curve on the front doesn't seem as long as the original. Start curve at 3/4 the way past the vent and elongate it from the front of the vent. I'm sorry, man, I'm just not sure what you're saying. Alright, come on, go away. That's my mirror. Okay. Finish sketch. We'll see if it gets angry. I mean, it shouldn't, because I went back in time. Alright. Go forward in time. Okay, that looks closer to me. And it's got that little flat section on the front, though that might not be enough flat section. I'm almost thinking maybe more. Yeah, how wide that flat section is from the top view. Seems like I need to go more. And maybe try to smooth that transition a little better. See what we can do. So we'll take a couple steps back, edit our sketch. All right. There we go. Maybe that'll be a better representation. Let's see how that goes. I mean, that's like from top to bottom, that's like almost the same thing. I mean, you can tell this side is a little bit more square than that side. Oh, there we go. Now from the profile, it looks a lot closer, in my opinion. Yeah, let's get this guy spinning again. Yeah, when I get it where you can see like the perfect profile of that, there's such a gap there. So it is supposed to be very shallow, I think. You know, not much to it. It's just not a big piece. Yeah, I'm much happier with that. Sent? Something sent? What is sent? Oh, Facebook Messenger. Oh, you think that this needs to be closer to this. Okay. I'm not sure about that. Like, in the model, every time I'm looking at this, I'm seeing this gap here, and even when, you know, the video sort of spins it around, there's a pretty significant distance between the shroud and those vents. I think pulling it in any closer is going to be too much. Okay. Oh my gosh, come on, people. Alright, so I'm thinking that the rectangle holes there that need to be cut in, that goes right over that, I think it's set right at a 45. I want to see what that kind of cut does. Now which way does that? Okay, so we need this to sit at 45. Okay. Create a sketch out in the 45. And then let's see. The fairly good distance away from the edge. And it's about as wide as that opening is, which makes sense, I guess. So we go there and a little bit taller. 4. Maybe that's a little too much. Let's see what that does. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, I think that looks pretty right on. So then I just need to do that to the other side. Obviously, if I would have just used, if I made half of it and used mirror, then I wouldn't have to cut the hole twice. But it's in projects like these, it's such a small detail that doing the one extra action is not going to bug me too much. I do usually try to work smarter and not harder, but every once in a while I'll catch myself just doing something the hard way because I'll spend the time. You know what? Actually, before I get into that, it's gonna bug me if that's not perfectly symmetrical. It really is. Gosh darn it. So I could split this body. No, let's go back to the sketch. Because we do need to be smarter about this. And cutting those rectangular holes, I should have done this from the beginning. I should have had a bisecting line right down the middle, so I could have half and half. And then whenever I did my extrude, I need to do this side and not that side, and hit OK. Okay. There we go. Okay. Create mirror. There we go. That wasn't so hard now, was it? There we go. Nice and symmetrical. Makes me happy. Start the curve at a slightly harsher angle on the first curve. Well, I think, like I was saying earlier, I think that's a trick of the polygons in the game translating the model and the textures, because in some views it looks angular. In other views it looks completely smooth. So it's really hard to tell, but I like the smoother transition better than a hard angle, I think. So just for aesthetic purposes, I think that that's probably the way to go. All right, now I'm not sure if these are close enough for me to actually combine this to this, but I think what I might do is make a couple of pegs and holes so that you can print this part separate and then snap that together. I think that's, so we'll just keep those bodies separate for now. All right, so that's the business end pretty much complete. All right, so now I need some kind of pommel. I was looking at some different designs from the art book. Let's see. So I've got this set of concepts, and then nope, not that. No, go away, Discord. And here, there's this pommel that sits in the in view of your workstation, and it's kind of interesting. It's got, you know, a round top and then kind of a flat side. I'm not sure if that matches this style very well, but I like that pommel, and I want to keep it in mind for potential future designs. Now this part of the art book has some really weird mashups of different things going on, and I'm not 100% sold on much of it. A lot of it uses the same pommel, which is this kind of organic looking, I don't know what you'd call it. It looks like a doorknob to me. But I also kind of feel like maybe this shape, this kind of doorknob shape, would work really well for this, since we have we have a little bit of curve in there on our emitter. But overall, overall we have a very, very basic shape going on. So we could have something very unobtrusive for a pommel. Like something like this could work really well because it's just a cylinder with a very thin groove and then a larger cut groove, and then and then another piece that's a little bit rounded, and that would be a very, very simple way to go. And then the last set of pieces of art we have, this particular saber that we're working on now. Where are you actually? I don't remember if this style is anywhere in any of these pieces. Yeah, I don't think it is. Okay, so never mind about that one, because that reference doesn't have anything that remotely looks like the design that we've got going here. So let's see. Could do something relatively simple like this kind of tapered cone. I'm kind of leaning towards this one or some version of this. I don't want to completely mirror the saber, but I want to use something from it as inspiration to create the pommel. So let's look at this as a whole, because basically what we're looking at is from here to here, and so yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards this kind of design. Very, very basic. You like the shape of the red in the middle. So this one right here, I'm guessing, because it's got that red grip on it. Yeah, I'm leaning towards, or no, the red saber like this one. The pommel on this one is very reminiscent of some of the other. Oh, you sent me something. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. That could work, maybe. I'm not sure if I want something that's like pointy off the end of this, because this is very block cylinders with not much pointy going on, and so I feel like something that tapers might look odd. But let's see what we can do. All right, so I'm just gonna come in here and we're going to try something. We're gonna go 21. Okay. And then let's go 12. Okay. All right, let's go. All right, I want to see what this does. I feel like that style sort of fits with what we've got going on. I mean, I'm almost thinking maybe. Okay, I'm gonna try. Oh, you're not bothersome, Tim. I appreciate that you have opinions. So keep them coming. What I'm wondering is what would we look like if I did do something that was a bit of a taper, but not a lot. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go down to like. Okay. Like that, and then grab a line. Maybe something like that. Let's see what that looks like. Maybe? Let's I'm gonna go ahead and move this line up and snap it, because maybe that'll look better. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'm almost thinking maybe, keeping it basic is best. Let's see what our length is at. Because with that size pommel, we're at 331. 331 is a bit of a long saber, honestly. Let me see. Come on, wake up. You can do it. I believe in you and stuff. Okay, so we're at like 13 inches, which is a bit longer saber than what I've done before. I could shorten that up by just making this pommel a little bit smaller in a couple ways. I don't want to, and having that pommel too big will definitely make the saber feel bulky, because this needs to feel like a single-handed saber. So why don't we go here? Let's go down 2 millimeters. Go to there. To there. Just compress that down. I feel like that works. Yeah. And then if I grab my fillet and make that look a little bit nicer, then maybe we'll be in a good place. Grab these as well. Just get rid of all those hard edges. A side ring holder is probably best for this one as well. Probably going to go right on top, I think. So yeah, and then once we add the texture in on this middle part, I think we'd be in a really good place as far as the thickness of this middle part, because it looks small right now because we haven't done the texture. But I think once the texture's on there and it looks a little bit bigger and closer to those two size, the size of our overall piece, I think we'll be in a really good place. So, and that is sticking out a little bit, isn't it? Oh my gosh, that's not what I wanted. What did I just do? I undid something. Okay, that's a lot closer. Something about the proportions of this one are just really weird. Because if we look at this length versus this length, like it's almost half and half. But this is definitely not the same length as that. So maybe, let's turn that off. I want to see. I want to see what our difference is. Because we got 102 on that. But then almost 200 on that. So it's like almost a 2-inch difference between there. And I think that's why it looks so short to me. Maybe these are supposed to be really long sabers, or maybe my proportions are off and this is supposed to be, you know, smaller in circumference. But basically, to make these look, you know, closer to correct, I'd have to push this out at least another 75 millimeters. Okay, that looks too long. Let's try 50. Proportionally, that looks better. Let's grab that guy, pull him out. Okay, proportionally speaking, that looks closer-ish. It does look a little bit too long, doesn't it? Man, these proportions are crazy. Okay, let's go with. Let's try just increasing it 1 inch instead. And what are you doing? Edit feature. 25. Okay. What? Hey, stop doing that. Alright. You know what? We'll just redo that. There we go. Okay. Now let's see where we're at. Push that out 25. Okay, proportionally speaking, that looks more like a single-bladed hilt to me. And I think once this is larger and closer to those two circumferences, I'll feel better about it. But I feel a lot better about the length now. Because if you include the pommel in this back length, then I think we're a lot closer. Because my pommel length currently is almost a whole inch. So that gets us to like the handle portion is about 75% of the length compared to this section. Such a weird lightsaber. Very weird. Such a weird build. Okay. Alright, so I think we're definitely going to go with a side D-ring mount on this. I kind of like the D-ring mount of let's zoom in on this. I like the look of this D-ring mount because it sits a lot flatter, but I know that's also because the extension is also smaller. So we probably can't do that with this particular design, but let's see. We want to create a sketch on, let's see, let's make a tangent plane on top. Alright, so we probably want our D-ring to be maybe around here somewhere, or maybe like right on top of that, maybe farther back, maybe like we'll go 16 by 5. Actually 6 is probably better because then that would be a 1/4 inch. Alright, okay, and we need this to go tall enough that we can have a hole through it. And we're gonna fillet these sides in like that. And then I just need to create a sketch here. And I believe it was 0.375, or no, 3.75. There we go. Okay, so that is probably not quite enough material. So let's modify a couple things. Let's go to our height, and we're going to pull this up another millimeter. And then we're going to go back to sketch, not that one. And let's go 7. You know what? No, let's just go 8. Let's just... There we go. Okay. And then I can just take... Let's see, we're gonna go back one because I want to move this body down just a little bit. And then now I can grab this down a little bit with it. There we go, and then center this guy right there. Oops. I need to move that to that, and then oh, come on. Okay, no, I need to move this to there. Right, and then I can edit this sketch in it. Okay, then it appears appropriately. Well, almost. I need to move this move back. I'm messing with the timeline. I know you guys can't see it because my webcam is over that, but trust me, I'm messing with the timeline. There we go. Alright, so then we'll just fill it this and this. Really straightforward. Don't really need a lot to the D-ring catch on this one. Just something to work with. And I'll just go back and combine those two. Alright, cool. Alright, so for this one, I don't think I'm going to worry about doing the assembly part and doing the hollowing out until I can do the textures later this week when my CPU bracket comes in and I can install the new CPU and fan and be able to do the texture without worrying about it. Let's save that. I'll probably do the pommel vents whenever I do that other stuff too, because I'll have to hollow it out to cut out the vents. And since we have a circle, I'll probably just grab the vents from one of our other versions that we've